Yo, yo. Yo, yo. Waiting for all of them. Yo, 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 what is up, everybody? What is up, dudes? This is your host, SuperSight. It's super exciting to be back. That's right. Guess who's back? So, I wasn't meaning to do the stream. I've been meaning to do another Clash mini stream for the last couple of weeks and that. I haven't got around to it. But I'm doing this one because they've done an update in Rootland that is, and they've added a leaderboard, which is extremely volatile and extremely exciting, and I'm loving it, and we're one of the top clans in the world, and it's beautiful. I say, you know, top global clans. I say global clans, but I don't mean to, I don't mean that in... To misuse it, like, as in because Team Leader Game's not officially global, but by top global, it's like all the people, all the, like, global, like, everyone in the game and that. So, when I say global, I don't mean the game is going global in that, or that it is already global. I'm saying that it's the top people in there. Of the game. So I'm really excited. We're going to cut straight to the chase. We've got it right up here already, and I'm instantly going to show you it because it's just changing. So hopefully, yes, we still got the image with the Elastica on it. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. So in this one here, so yeah, oh, it's just exciting, man. I love it, but then it's also sort of like, it's just, I'm not feeling it right now, but I just know it's going to be so sad because this game's almost certainly going to be killed, just like Everdell was in that. And it's a brilliant game. It's got a hang of a lot of work. It's, I don't know. This game is definitely not Everdell level. It's not Rush Wars level in that. So I'm not propping it up to the status of them. I don't believe it's that yet. And that it could become that, but it's definitely not that yet. It's got a lot of work. It's very repetitive. Most people have quit the game that have joined our clan, like up to the 35th member in that, and we've had like over 20 people just go inactive. So it's not great. But anyway, it's exciting, and this is a very fascinating list in that. Massive shout out to my dude Manawatu, he's on the list right there. Because it's only 16, which is a weird, because in almost every game it's top 10 or normally top 20 or top 100, top 200 and that. It's like, what are you? Oh, I'm in the top 16. So you're 16. No, I'm just in the top 16. Well, why 16? Oh, our game does it that way, you know? So he is, 16, 15, 14, 13, 13th in that. But a very key feature, because originally I was saying yesterday, I was going on and on about how, whoa, Bella overtook, whoa, Bella's, that's sus. That's like sus. Like, Bella was like not even on the list. Like, Bella just barely was on the list like an hour ago, and now she's first. That is suspicious. Because I wondered if there's ways to cheat it, but I'm not sure. Anyway, and she's probably not cheating. But yeah, anyway, so you said I was banging on about how this massive advantage for people that have had a few more hours, and for people that are really high levels, so have more animals, and people that have big barns. Now, the hours thing, that argument, well, I mean, they're all sort of true. It will have given them an advantage, but in terms of, over like a week, or even over 48 hours, it will become marginal, very marginal, like who got on, like, 8 hours earlier than other people in that. Like, it will still be, like, a slight difference in that, just like I think that Clash Clans would have disproportionately Apple, because for years and years, well, not for years and years, for the first about year, it was only Apple in that. So every single top player in the game, as of the point the day before they released it to Android, was all Apple in that. So then when Android people came on, they would have had so far to catch up on. So yeah, anyway, and in this one here, there's a few, it's exciting. We're going to do some Excel graphs in that. And great, welcome to the stream. There you go, I'm excited to see what changes. Saw an update. Yeah, it's a good, it's a great step. It's one of the, did Bella just go up again? That's suspicious. It's one of the best update. Like, it's absolutely a step in the right direction. It's a really good update, really good in that, and it just makes it so much better. I typed hope of what I'm saying now on the Discord. Just it feels so more alive, the game, knowing there's all these other people in there, and a whole heap of clans that no one's ever heard of has just come up in that. You know, because I had my list of the top 16. Just coincidence that it is. That 16 is the same amount of clans I've chosen for that, but as in the 16 clans that I found via the Discord, or via if I go to find clans in that, and I found 90 Mile and Devondale and one other one, Ape maybe, no, not Ape, but yeah, and so, some of those clans are noticeably absent despite having really high star totals, and they're not on the list. Meanwhile, there's other ones that, like, people, like, like Denmark, or Island State, or I Am Root, never heard of those ones, and some of them have 0 members as far as I'm aware, or anyone else is aware, on Discord. And that, so some of these are just like, and there's definitely a Canadian, you can tell there's Canadian, like there's one called Maple something, there's Canadian Bacon, And yeah, so there's definitely Canadian. You can tell there, but yeah, in these the names of the clans and whatnot. But it's interesting because a lot of these clans just never heard of them. It's like, oh wow, I never knew that one even existed. And but there you go in that. So we're finding a whole that never even knew. But when these ones could be high stars as well. They don't have anyone on Discord, which is weird. And that because generally I'd say there's a connection between those who are on Discord and those who are active in that. So generally you have most of the top players on Discord. Same with Battlelands. Most of them, but not all. Most of them were on Discord, and thus I was able to play with most of the top players in the game. And that was actually really cool. How I got that. It was like interviewing celebrities in that. It was really cool. Like I got a whole heap. Like played with the top player of like the first season, second season, third season, and for ages and that. It was crazy. These top and like the first and the second player, and that was insane. It's real cool and real weird how in life there's sort of only short time periods where two people can ever meet in that. For multiple reasons why that's weird. Like, you know, Nelk Boys and Dennis Prager, they do interviews with various people. Joe Rogan, he does interviews with people. Tim Pool and that. It's very weird because, like, so many people, that even the people that currently exist will never meet each other in that. But yet the fact, like, you know, people change in that, so you can only ever meet someone, like, you're only, like, that same person for, like, that moment or that time in that. You're always changing the most slightest of bits in that, so you're never exactly the same, let alone, you know, if there's, like, you know, when you're talking about, like, a year different, or 2 years, or 10 years, or 20 years, you often become very different, or quite different, and that, so it's very interesting. But you know how there's just in life you're just going through it and that, but it'd be real cool to like, especially to connect people up from different periods and that. And I think then it would be then people would realize sort of what's going on in society, what's happening in that. Like, you know, Ronald Reagan's died and that. You know, we can't get Ronald Reagan back. We can't have we can't have a conversation with Ronald Reagan and that. And you know, the people that are alive today, everyone that was born after he died, you know, or even that was like only like 15 or less when he died, basically had like never met Reagan and that, and never will be able to in that. But it'd be fascinating and also be very interesting because, like, if you had Ronald Reagan back, since society has shifted so far away from like where Ronald Reagan was, you'd be like, wait a second, you're just like all these people that have been called far right and that. You're not far right. You're like one of the most popular presidents the US has ever had, and you're you know, and it's like, you know, he just say his things, you know, I'm pro-life and I'm this and I'm that, and you know, I'm for controlled borders and I'm for fighting communism, and I'm, you know, and it's like, wait, like that's just normal in that. But like nowadays, anyone that's saying what Ronald Reagan was saying is like, oh wow, that's like, oh, that person's a radical, that person's an extremist. Like, wait, what? And so, but you'd notice that if you could have Ronald Reagan back, you know, or if you could have, you know, Teddy Roosevelt or Nixon or Abraham Lincoln and that, you'd realize this thing, and it'd be super fascinating in that, and all these, you know, where Martin Luther King, slave abolitionists, and various and all sorts of different people in that. If you had them in the present day, you'd be like, oh wow, you know, and it'd just be like, you'd be like, whoa, actually no, life is way better for like every group just about than it was, like, you know, 30 years ago in that, and but now it's like we're talking as if it's just like the worst ever for every, it's getting, you know, well, I mean, as a whole it is, yeah, but as in it's just yeah, you can't, it's hard to grasp the concept of what it would be like, and how much benefit it would be to have access to those people in the past, even modern day people in that. It's just like so many people that will never, Noam Chomsky and various people never sort of connect up, and yeah, it's just fascinating in that, and how people are never the same, and it's just really cool that but it's just so time limited in that. Like, people have limited lifetimes, and then a limited amount of people they can interview, and then there's, like, you know, especially if you're different countries and all that, it's yeah, but it's I think it's really cool when you can, and but I mean, there's partly you sort of still have that in the sense that you still have older people in that, and it's, you know, and you have some awesome conversations with older people in that, and vice versa in that, because that's sort of the best you've got to Reagan. The best you've got to talking to Reagan or Nixon and that. So, because, like, you've got people that were alive with Reagan or voted for Reagan, or voted for his opponent and whatnot, but they're still alive, and they can tell you, oh, this is what Reagan was like. This was what society was like. This is how things have changed and that. This is how things were better then. This is how things were worse then. And you can, you know, and so that's the cool thing. You know, you still got that to an extent in that. And you know, it's absolutely good to utilize that and talk to different people from different generations. and there's immense value in that. You learn a whole heap, and you're like, it's real, and hence why. Well, I've long thought it's the better we can increase life expectancy, that's a really good thing, because then there's more overlap in the generations and that. So from when, because currently it's sort of like grandparents, lots of people, their grandparents have died before they're even born, but in a lot of cases they're like quite old in that, and they might die by the time you're 15 or 10 or whatnot, or 20, and so you haven't got that many memories of them in that. But if hey, welcome to the stream, Popcorn. But yeah, if everyone's living longer in that, then there's more chance to sort of transfer that knowledge down and not lose stuff in that, versus like if, for example, like just in 3 generations in that, like the grandparents die, and so you just got you and your parents in that, and then the parents then have to remember everything that their parents and the grandparents taught them in that, so you easily sort of lose a lot of value and a lot of information. But it would be incredibly fascinating to have different people from different periods of time, because I feel like it's so easy to mentally just think, no, that was just so different, and all those people were just so different in that. But it'd be super interesting to have those same people here today and see what they had to say in that about society and the founding fathers in that. That would be insane. They'd be like, wow, it would just be so crazy just to like chat to them. And that, we can study and learn from the material we have of what they said at the time, but you don't get that same thing with the generation, like from different generations and the different generations. But yeah, I think it's real cool that a lot of people live a long time in that, and then that's sort of a good thing that you can then have that see how they react to things in the modern day. I think that's Jane Fonda, and who else, Harry Belafonte, and various people in that. It's fascinating. Kirk Douglas, although he's died now, but seeing how they react and what they publicly say of various things in that, of the past and in the present day. It's very interesting in that. But yeah, it's cool interacting with people and the different, and how you're not the same. You're always changing in that, but it's real cool if you can just sort of capture stuff. And so it's like, well, what was it like when these people interviewed on that day and that? Even just like, I don't know, just looking back at some of the photos, of like Winston Churchill and and various people like sitting together in that. It's like, whoa, it's crazy. It's just like, wow, like this was a real event, and these were the people here, and it's fascinating. It's fascinating. It's just powerful to see like these historic men that were just like in such positions of power, and so much was going on in the world, and there they were meeting. It's like, whoa, like it's just, I find it crazy, just so interesting, so fascinating. So yeah, we still got a few presidents alive. It's crazy. It's funny how Jimmy Carter's like outlived Reagan in that, despite Jimmy Carter serving before Reagan in that. Like, he just sort of had like this stint like way back in the 70s. That's like crazy. Like, and Jimmy Carter would like watch all these current presidents and be like, this is not the America of the 1970s. Like, this is just way different than that. Like, it's just, something's crazy. It's like insane. Like, imagine then if like Jimmy Carter then went in and for the 2024 one and whatnot. It's just so phenomenally different periods in that. It's crazy. In New Zealand, like the politicians, like most of them are under the age of 50. Like if you're over 50, you're sort of like your time's running out, unless you're like really high on the party lists. Whereas in the US, it's like the opposite. It's like, it's like, no, if you want to get into those like top, senator position especially, or president, like you have to be like real old. Like, you don't have to be, I mean, you have to meet the minimum age requirement, which is kind of like yeah, I don't know. There could be, and born in the US and that, which I think is a good requirement, and I think the age requirement's a good requirement in that. But then there's a lot of young, well, under, is it 35 or 40? I forget. But it's sort of like the age requirement to run for president. It's sort of like, it does rule out, yeah, and then it's sort of like, so then, because then it's like only every 4 years. So for example, you could have been, if it's 40 years, you're then 39, so there's like a less thing, and there's very few chances in that, because like since it goes Dem Republican approximately in that, yet there's extremely few chances that you have to actually get it, because like you don't want to, and most people wouldn't really want to be doing that when they had 80, like, well, even 70 in that, but you have to sort of, there's only like this window of like 30 years that you can really do it, and then it's only every 4 years in that, so you only have a few options, maybe 7 options, and then half of them are going to be like the other side's going to win sort of irrespective, and then it's like, okay, so you need like really like 3 real election cycles that you actually could do it. So yeah, it's really interesting. It's really interesting. So yeah, okay, let's get back to this game. Oh, there we go. So that was changed. But yeah, one key point I wanted to make very clear in this is that for this clan here, so like we're doing insanely well. Oh wow, so the island state. Bella must be an island state because that one's just absolutely rocketed up. We're third global. We were third global, and and almost second. We're incredibly close to second in that. But this one is miles ahead in that. And I realized why, because I said all my stuff about odds, because those other things, which would be they would be factors, and you have to. I feel like maybe the website must have changed the clock, so they like moved it down a tad. But yeah, so. Yeah, because those things of having a bigger barn would definitely be helpful for getting through more, or having the more smaller animals. Although, if you'd unlocked all the animals, then it might be not so helpful. And the next event, I'm sure, will be different. To feed small animals will be something else. But that top one, which is way ahead, is because they have an event. They have an event that counts towards it. So, for example, they might have one where you have to like do a whole heap of frogs and that, which are all counted. So then they've just got like absolutely masses, and all like 8. It just changed. Like Alaska just dropped off the list, but 8 out of 8, the whole entire clan. So 8 out of 16 of the top 16 positions were all taken by members that were in that one, which will have been because they got that other thing. So that was like really like unfair / really lucky for them in that. Like they didn't cheat, they're just real lucky to have that good event. But that's why they're way ahead, and it's not because they've done like, it's not like they spent 3 times as long playing the game. They just got extremely lucky with that event, which it's kind of annoying. Like I wish they hadn't got that event, because then it sort of stuffs up the leaderboard and like who was actually the top 16, because like there would be a whole heap of different people on it, and for example, the dude Manawatu would have like ranked 8 positions higher potentially if all 8 of them wouldn't have been on there if it wasn't for that event, and then we would actually be the second top clan in the world, maybe even first if we're lucky. We're very, very close in that. That island state's just whipped up. I never heard of that one, but yeah. Very interesting, and it's super exciting. I just love this, but it's also sad to know that it's probably going to end up falling away. But yeah, so slowly getting there. So we're getting about, I'd say it's about 1,000 an hour. So it's been, well, no, it's about 1,000 an hour. So yeah, at 48 hours, we'll be about halfway. So in 4 days. So that sort of gives it a bit of time to sort of jump around. Yeah, I don't know how Island State just went boom. They probably got an event in that, which is sort of silly. But yeah, the top few clans have contributed a massive percent. At one point, Moose Crew contribute about 10%, which is insane, because there'd be a heap of clans. But yeah, there's a whole heap of them that we've never heard of that have sort of come to be, that we now know of, which I think is real cool. Some of them, like Wastelands, that guy's just carrying the whole thing. He's done the entire amount. Same with Ken. Ken has done an amazing job. 380. Yeah, so Ken is the only one in No Worries doing it, and Wasteland is the only one in Wastelands doing it. So both of them are doing a really good job. So we're going to do some Excel stuff, and now I know the 8 members in that, which is actually like 7 of them now in that. But Manawatu would have ranked way higher in that. And I got on as of last night, so I've been on pretty recently on that leaderboard. I only actually got to 16th. I never actually got any higher than that. Or maybe I did. I'm not sure. It felt bad because I knew how much effort it took to get to that position, but yeah, we didn't end up. And because then it's like, do I want to keep pushing up? Because then it will make it really hard for someone else that will then miss out. But I wish that they hadn't got that event. It's kind of annoying they got that event, because then it meant that like half the leaderboard is just covered and taken by people that didn't actually, and they've done a great job, and it's just they're lucky in how it's worked out. They haven't cheated or anything like that, but it's sort of annoying because it's like, man, I wish it had sort of been like more equal, and that hadn't happened, or they didn't count the event stuff. So then like everyone at sort of at the start would have sort of progressed, and it'll be like, who's actually in the top? But yeah, Manawatu did an incredible job, and so him and I have got about 50% of our team's points in that. But I'm really happy that we're like strongly up there in that. We're double the bottom one in that. So even if we stopped for a bit, I don't know, like if we stopped for 24 hours, we'll probably overtake him, but we're not going to stop for that. So we should keep holding in that, which is real cool to be holding. Also, I noticed that the Shire and Join at Your Own Risk are both clans from Everdale, so it's cool that they have come over to this game as well, although I didn't recognize any of them on the leaderboard and that, any of those same names. But yeah, that's a cool thing. We're going to have some Everdale-looking, Everdale-like charts, which is going to be exciting to have. And yeah, anything else? There's a few other things I was going to mention. So I'm happy with our position. There's the Everdale clans on here, which is cool. It's like, oh wow, but I haven't seen any of them, and I knew a couple of the people that are from them, and they're in Everdale, but they're not the same names that are showing up on the player leaderboard. I wish, yeah, that's right, I did a video last night, 4 hours, but it's failed, it's stuck when uploading to Rumble, so that should come out, and that explains my reaction to a whole heap of it. I wish it then showed, like, clans that showed to, like, more, so it showed, like, the top 100 and that, and you could scroll as well as visit players, as well as be able to search up clans, and with the players, it would show what clan they're from. I'm actually going to be able to figure out almost all of them, because I mean, like, 7 out of 8 of them I already know are from one clan. I know where Wasteland's from, I know where Ken's from, I know where Manawatu's from, and that doesn't leave that many other people in that. Although it's becoming hard to tell, because at the start, there was just like 1 or 2 members that had like gone up all the way, so then you could like eliminate them, but now, for example, only a few of them. Like, you'd know that Bella couldn't be in any of those bottom ones, so Bella has to be one of those top ones. And I know Bella's not in Moose Crew. I know Bella's not in my clan, so either Bella's in either Island State or, and I'm certain that Bella's in Island State, because that one's just absolutely rocketed up. And yeah, she wasn't on the leaderboard before. So yeah, that is that. Man, my voice is tired. But yeah, we're gonna get some stuff going. It's a shame because we haven't got an event on, so there's significantly less that we can do. But yeah, man, and we got to 31. I'm like, yeah, as soon as we get another animal, I'll be like, Happy New Year. Because like the 12th December, 31 animals. I'm like, oh, it's like that. 14. And then that's all the chat that I said. And yeah, I don't know when to, because I'm gonna do that thing where like every 24 hours I do like a thing like I did in Everdale. It's only 16 though, so there'll be a lot less data. But I don't know exactly when to do it, because I did take a snapshot at 7, because I could do it 24 hours after I did the last one, which was at about 1 AM. But I think I'll do it as of the 7 PM, because I took a couple of photos at 7 PM and that, and do it the updated leaderboard based on the 7 PM, which was 24 hours after the update. So then the very first one was not like, well, at the second it came out, 0 people would be on it. So it's just like, because it's sort of like, if I do it, like, it changes who's on it. I live in New Zealand. Hey, there we go. Well, good night. Thank you for coming by the stream, Popcorn. Thank you for coming by. And, oh yeah, they say level. The level's going to be a thing, which is silly, because that will supercharge people to rush the bases. There's already incentive to rush base, get really high despite having, like, not other stuff in place. But now there's super incentive because you get a bigger reward, which is interesting. And there's, like, did people just get different amounts of coins after an event? I'm not sure. But yeah, there'll be more competition for top players. But we're in a super good position because we have 8 people all active in that, which is just so good. And we did awesome on that event right there. So I'm really happy with our position. Really, really happy. Should really get them on to doing stuff. Oh, I'm just so excited about this. It's just so cool, so exciting with the leaderboard, and it's just, it's like friendly competition, and oh, it's just so nice. But it's annoying since I haven't got an event going, because event normally you can use a lot of time up doing the event, whereas I haven't currently got an event. Nesta. Fish, yeah, I'm using up all my resources heavily. But yeah, the main thing I just really wanted to point out that clan there, the reason why they're way higher than everyone else is because they have an event, and I'm guessing probably Island State has an event now as well. Because otherwise, then yeah, we are still doing incredibly well. But yeah, it's so, I just love seeing that we're on that leaderboard. Christian's probably an Island State as well. and they've just got an event and they're just whipping up it. So I think I'll use it based on the one at 7 PM. But even so, that's then half of them is that clan. But yeah, okay. So I've got a couple of things I want to show. Okay, so we'll do the Discord, and then we'll do the colourful Excel, and we've got a lot to do in Excel. Wheat. Whoa, we got 200. How did we get 200 carrots? How did we get 200 carrots? Must have just done like a few batches. Some of the trades actually really helpful. Getting like resources that you're low on. It's a real, you progress substantially less when you haven't got an event going, because when the event you can keep collecting resource. With this, you sort of, once you've harvested everything, unless you keep using the water, then it doesn't really help you. And what are our options? Oh yeah, that one there, that one there. And I was hoping we were gonna get to top clan excluding that one, because sort of like the real battle is kind of excluding that one in a sense. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I don't think this is gonna be a long stream. I'm already feeling tired, man. Do 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 do. Okay, here we go with the Discord. That's good. Anti-ethical, antithetical to the peaceful. Interesting, because I'm like, this is the best thing about it. Like, I just love it. Like, it makes, it's like more, like, it makes it feel so alive. Like, the incentive that we compete is not because we care about this. Well, I'm not competing because I care about, oh, we gotta hit this global target. Like, 2,000 is just nothing anyway. I'm like, hey, look, this is the leaderboard. We're competing for the leaderboard. That's what we've been honest for why we're doing. Well, like, for why I'm doing it. Leaderboard. That's why. Like, I couldn't really care less about this feed small animals thing. It's just leaderboard. We want to be on there. We want to be one of the top clans in that. That's why we're competing in that. It's like is it the ECTs, ECGs? No, ECT. Your businesses compete for this environmental rating and that. It's like, is it because of the environment, or is it because they just want to have this really good rating that looks good? I think it's because of the latter. So interesting. He finds it very much the same. I mean, what did they call it? The biggest update? I think it's a real cool thing they added this thing into it. So yeah, it's crazy. This guy only got his first one of these like now. Like, I would have, if I was him, I would have like almost contacted the devs saying I think my account is glitched. Like, I don't know, that was like 2 months ago or longer, and it's like, you know, it's never come up. Yeah, see, this is that whole clan, so they've got all of those. What, 4,000? That's a lot of stuff. Sus. And then see, that was earlier, very similar. But yeah, see, like Lou, yeah, Chimmy, Lou, Tiz, KJ, Daz, all of them, the whole, like all 7 of them, Bard, Ken, and then plus Alaska. Is that correct, Alaska? Yeah, all of them are just like, they're just dominating it because they got that thing. And then this was, oh yes, here we go. Oh, well, this was from a streamish. So Yeah, update 7. What is that? Oh, that was the leaderboard then. Very similar, actually, honestly. Had KJ, yeah, Rosie, Ivy, Wasteland, Mana, Hey Hey Hey, Chivs. That's crazy. It's just so similar. And we were there, just a bit lower. And then again. And then I was trying to figure out who is in what, like, statistically. Like, for example, Chesme couldn't have been in Home Cooked. Or Wherefore. But now we actually know where most of them are. Because, well, those two are in Moose Crew, which makes it easier. And then Rosie would have to be in Wherefore, Join, or Moose Masters. And this was I loved that we did this. So this was the top 16. And this was sort of like 4 hours, 5 hours after the update came out. So it's like you sort of had to pick a time to start doing it. But yeah, Ken was first at the time. Chesme and KJ. So next, so second, third, and fourth are all part of that clan. But then, yeah, Moose Crew, yeah, they're doing well. Moose Masters. No worries. Ken absolutely tanking for them. And then we got on. I was just on. And then that was intense to try and get on. Ducky McDuckface. And then this one here, I linked it to the colours. But I didn't know at that time that Nick and Chesme were both in that clan. But I figured out those two are. But I'll do some graphs on that. Good deal. Yeah, it is a good deal. That's a cool profile picture. Tango. Oh, that's such a good deal. You mustn't have noticed, because then, yeah, that screenshot showed. Yeah, so then that, and then, yeah, Nick. Oh, yeah, there we go, there we remembered. So, that's crazy, but it makes it helpful to see where they're all from. And that was that one, and that was yeah, that's cool, that's real cool. So they're all from that one. Where is Rosie from? Well, she's not from any of those ones. And she's not from SuperSightLIVE. She's not from Moose Crew. So she's from Warefront, Join at Your Own Risk, or Moose Master. She's not from No Worries. So it's sort of, there's 3, but we may not be able to figure out. Yeah. Cool. And then this here, I think that looks so colourful. This one here I ended up, fixing up a bit. Because where did oh wait, have I still got the old ones? Not sure. Yeah, I had it like that, but now I know. Now I know. Yeah, so anyway, that's cool. We're gonna have some good fun. We're not gonna do a super long stream though, because I'm going to a movie with someone at 2 PM tomorrow. I'm gonna pick them up at about 1:30, so I need to get enough sleep, and I've only had 6 hours for the last 2 nights. I need to manage my life. Okay. Yeah. So we looked at that. We looked at that. Cool. We'll come back to the game. Oh, I might have been on top of that. That's okay. Bella, and Christian, that's sad. Like, Ken does not deserve to be overtaken like that. Then maybe Ken had like, the reason he was there is because his team had an event, and that's actually very possible. Sort of should just get the resources and then start. Well, but then it's like the growing wheat. Like, should I keep growing wheat while I'm trying to stream? Probably not, because then I just don't end up growing wheat, and then wheat's just sitting there for ages when it would have been better to grow something else. Yeah, some of these are real cool. But yeah, this is just so exciting. I just love this a lot. But I'm still of the very much mindset that Rootland will probably be killed. If it's by a company that like has the same quality as Supercell for their games, the same standards, then this game will, they need so much more work, which of course they could do, but Supercell gave up on Rush Wars. Supercell gave up on a lot of games which they could have made survive if they're willing to put up enough. Which, I mean, and I'm not saying it's their fault or not for not putting in more in that, because understandably they wanted to move their people onto new games if they didn't think it was actually going to work out very well. But then I wish they just killed it earlier. Especially with a game like with what's it called? With Everdale, when they had like a month, was it 3 months with no update, and then they're just like, oh yeah, we're killing it. It's like, surely you didn't just well, they definitely wouldn't have just decided on the day they announced that that's what they're doing it. So I wish that they sort of were just like, yeah, no, this is really not working, and pulled the plug earlier, I guess. Sort of like what they did with Rush Wars, and that was one of their earlier beta games, but then the recent ones, they sort of let it go on for a lot longer. Which you might think, oh, it's nice to give it a bit of chance, but it's like, well, it's made no difference, because all the games that they've given ages have all still died anyway, whether it's Everdale or Clash Quest, like, they've given it over a year and they just get killed anyway. It's like, well, yeah, it didn't change the outcome, even though they got a heap longer. It just meant that that one invests a heap of time into a game that ends up getting killed. Would you say, you know, you have the option as to whether you want to, which is true. But it's been very unlucky and unfortunate. For both Supercell and the players and that they've just had so many games that have failed. Because we've just sort of been so hopeful for so long, and it's sort of, my patience is wearing thin. Because it's 2023 and we've just had 2018 nothing, 2019 a killed game, 2020 a killed game, 2021 they had three games, and then in 2022, 2 of them got killed. Then there's still Clash Mini is still around, but I think Clash Mini's going to get killed. Might be entirely wrong, but yeah, I'm not liking the odds of Clash Mini. Ooh, here we go, but I haven't got nothing. Cool, okay, so we'll put them on. We actually need them because they're actually important. It's an hour. Yeah, they need fish critically. I like those spots because it's just better value. You can do a long, yeah, nah. Probably this stream will be finished by the time I harvest some of these. That's not long, that's not long. It's okay, we'll just do it anyway. They're sort of running out of stuff. I should really respawn them. Those purple berries. Wait, what's she on again? Man, she takes ages. Is she even gonna get to them all? Maybe we'll put her on the willows. I don't think I've done that before with so few, but oh, that's not really many, is there? And sort of like you could wait and then like more will spawn. It's like really, it's not great. I feel like she's not. I'm gonna put her on that one actually. Half an hour. Oh, I can do that. Because I want to put on like an hour thing, because we had the other lady goes for an hour, but at the same time, yeah. Well, if I don't need any more wheat in that, I'd be fine actually. But I haven't got heaps of wheat. How to do Excel. Excel's so cool. I love it how we've ended up incorporating it into my streams. I think it's been really awesome. You're running out of those things. See, so yeah. If it comes down to cleansing at events, that's not great. Hopefully we get in a good event in 20 hours. And it's not all event ones that pass us. But over 4 days, no, that only allows for 2 events. Yes, keep them coming. Oh, that was quite high. Maybe I'll put on a 15, actually. Cool. We're actually not even that far off being in the top. And if it wasn't for those ones, then maybe we would. I think as I sort of need this for the data. I think I'm going to use the 7 PM screenshots I took. Okay, so knock this out. Quit. Boom. And then what I am going to do... Whew, okay. Just do a few things. We'll go here. Do do do. Do do do. Do do do. Do do do. Wow, there's so few people online in my server. There's 4 people. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Shout out to Leo the Lion. Shout out to Matthew Moose. Shout out to Rito. Wow. Shout out to the Gaming Snowman. Like, all 4 of them. Man, and there's the people that are still members of the server, which sadly... It sort of like needs, you know, it's sort of like, I needed sort of like a game I was covering to sort of keep it alive. It also made it even harder, but, you know, and you know, Battlelands was what a lot of people joined for, and well, that game's dead now. You know, a lot of them haven't switched over to the new games. And I don't blame them, it's entirely up to you what you play in that. Just like, if Galadon plays a certain new game, like, doesn't mean I play it, like, I don't play. Yeah, I don't. I just sort of play what games I enjoy, and that makes sense. But then it's like, you have a community around Battlelands, and then, oh, Battlelands is dead, okay, well then, community's dead. Man, that was crazy. I did it back in 2019 when Rush Wars and Ghost City. Dad, look at all those dead games. Rush Wars is dead. Battlelands is dead. Heyday Pop's dead. Ghost City's dead. That's crazy. 24/7 streams have ended. That's crazy. That's, yeah. How that was... Yeah, that's pretty crazy. But yeah, then it's hard to keep like a community like sort of unified because you're sort of doing all sorts of different content. And some people, hey Coffee Gamer, and hey Sandwich COC, welcome to stream. Are you the guy from the Discord that I've chatted to before? So it's sort of, it's hard to sort of keep people like interested because you're covering different stuff and they want you to do different stuff. Plus the fact that I've been very inconsistent. Streaming's weird. Streaming's hard. Did I want to? I could live stream. I don't really want to live stream this in Discord. Well, people don't even join on the Rootland one actually. I could. I will. What I'll do is I will promote the stream and leave. Not that one. Cool, yep, that's, there we go, so the Rumble one. And then I'll put it in content creators. Cool. I do like the Rootland server. Oh, I'm tired, man. So that is the Rootland server. With all the people. Many of them ring bells. Actually, not that many do. Oh, Andrew, yeah, he's from the Ape Clan. He's promoted it. And Greet, and Mr. Sandwich, yep. Squishy there, yep. Big Boss, yep. Waldo, yep. Other ones I recognize. There's most of the top players that know, like the competitive level players from Everdale, most of them haven't come over. Like almost everyone playing Rootland is from Everdale and that, well, in the server at least. But the top players from Everdale are actually notably absent. There's very few of the, like, you know, Taz was like, I don't know, he might have tried the game, but the top ones, 204, the members from my clan in the game, and so many others, like almost none of them are part of this game. You know, the Seafarer. No, there was Seafarer. They sort of like tried it, but it wasn't nearly as good as Everdale and had no leaderboards. So basically, everyone quit. If that, yeah, but it's almost none of the, like, I don't know if there's a single one actually of a top player from Everdale, like you know, one of the top ones that, you know, was on that leaderboard, the reputation list, which was a big list. It was about 100 people. I don't know if any of them actually, besides myself, I'm pretty sure I was on that list. Yeah, I was on that list. Well, some of the time. Besides myself, I don't know of a single person that was on that list that actually actively still plays the game. So, thank you, Big Boss. Yeah, I don't, yeah, which is, he's normally one of the only people that reacts. Same with Lynn sometimes does as well. And a couple others. But yeah, it's like, maybe that's just like one he normally does. I hate it when it's black screen, when it's like not, it didn't just didn't get a thumbnail. But that looks real cool. I love that image. It reminds me of Shipyard Games. But yeah, I don't know of a single person that's playing this game that was one of the top ones, which is sad and crazy. I know them and them. Arctic Fox, that rings a bell. 200, I really want to go through the ones. And there's Baby Shark from that. Blue Robot. Cactus Jack. Cactus Jactus. Clash with Style. Chim. Oh, there! No, he has got an account. No way. Okay, there we go. Dave. Dave was from the other game. Dave is a very generic one. Craney from our clan. Dave's a generic one, but possible. I've seen this guy as well. Comment. Defix. Yep. That icon rings a bell. Galactic. I think Galaxy. I think. Great. Hope P. Yep. Jo. Yep. Jade. Yep. J Kamal. Yep. Some of them from this server, some of them not. Lady Lou. Yep. Lynn. Yep. Manawatu. Yep. My Scary Banana. Yep. He used to be in our clan actually. He was from that other game. But understandably, most people have quit. They really need to add stuff. Nigel? I remember he was on the list, but yeah. Nixie, yep. Obon, yep. Otto, yep. Paco, yep. Yeah, Previk. Oh, Previk was Previk was a very high player, actually. I think, in Clash Quest. I have to think so hard, because it's Clash Quest, it's Clash Royale, it's Clash Mini. Purple, yep. Red Knight, yep. This is why it's sort of so hard to break free of, like, Supercell, yeah, well, Supercell games with this one here, I don't know if it is or not, but as in it's most of the Supercell community here, because like I know so many of them in there. I don't know them ultra well, but it's like I know them, and so it's like yeah, it's rough to then sort of like then just like I know this community and you know the games and how you know the beta sort of phase and yeah. Oh, I've had a big super muffin, yes. Tango, yep, in our clan. Thanku, wow, yeah, used to be in our team. Tiz, Moose, Railton, Troza, that, yeah, nah, yeah, no, Troza was in our clan as well. Wow, all these people. Triso, yep. Eula, oh yeah, he was a top player as well. Daz, yep. That guy, yep. Yeah, quite a few connections, eh? Quite a few connections. Hey, Matthew Moo and Sandwich, welcome to the stream. If it comes to visit clans from top leaderboard, the clan can make a Discord and Discord. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, Clash Mini Pro, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one. I'm just going to contact a couple of these people on Discord from our clan. I didn't even know had Discords. So many connections. Oh, I've already forgotten which ones I mentioned. Oh, you know, thank you. And then I'll get onto the Excel, and we'll have some fun. Yeah, it's crazy seeing all the connections, all the people that I'm familiar with. That was two of them. Thought there was a third one. Scary banana. So much, yeah, the Excel work will do some cool stuff. Oh, I missed one. There was definitely a third one. Anyway, that will do. We'll go on to the Excel now. What clan is Island State? My score is Global Task is only 2. Whoa, yeah, it's not too high, but that's okay. What clan is Island State? I think that Bella belongs to it based on how they've just absolutely whipped up. Okay, so this is the situation. So there's so much to do, honestly. Let's get to work. Yeah, this is our clan state. Oh, you know, I can remember from this list. So, you know, actually, I'll do a separate. I'll just do this as to whether they have Discord accounts. So Tango does. Or at least one of them does. Well, no, these ones he does. I don't know if he's in the server. He does. Troza, yeah. Great, yep. Yeah. Myself, obviously. Oh no, maybe because I saw Tango and Cranny and My Scary Banana, but I'm pretty sure I've messaged all of them before. Definitely those two. Probably Tango. Okay, so this is just colourful. It's cool. Okay, there we go. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna do an updated list of this, which is gonna be good. And yeah, so it's gonna be our homepage, and then what we're gonna do. So then that will go 17 Feb 2023 home, and then we're gonna do one that is top players and top clans, and it's going to be this. How do we do it in other game? No, surely I didn't line them up every time. No, I didn't. So yeah, the top players. Yeah, like just like that. Nice and simple. And actually the color, we're not going to color coordinate them here. That we don't really need to even do that either, but it doesn't matter if we do. 17. And then we'll just do that every time. Dum dum. Yep, so that's the players and the clans. Knock that out. Unless we had called that the 16th, but then that's not. Ah, now I'm torn because this isn't really the 7th. Ah. Maybe we should just call that the 16th. Oh, bother. Don't like that. Okay. So we're going to type up the... Yeah, we've got a few graphs we're going to color coordinate it. Oh, that looks... I like that a lot. Should I do the next? Because I could do the next one on this one here. I think I will, actually. That would be crazy. I'm not sure if... I think that one has, like... Yeah. Oh, I love it how we got on both of them at the time. That's so cool. It's very impressive. Because, yeah, what, 8 of them, that's crazy. Because we know Ken, we know Wasteland, we know myself or Mana, and then we know 8 of them. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's only, and it goes to 16, yeah. So there's only 5 potentials that would be unsure about. Okay, so... Get my photos up. From... 6:53. Unless, yeah, no, I feel like we just call this one the 16th. I think, no, okay, fine. On the front, on that page, we'll leave it at that. Hopefully I remember that. And then for these ones, I'll do it like that. So go 16. Yeah, but then these ones, we all say 17 again. Okay, so here we go. Exciting. Did it have the... It did have a list, yeah, so all 8 of them were. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Ah, here we go. It's exciting. It is exciting. Wondering why they don't add... But yeah, I agree. I really hope they add it. Yeah, they don't have it accurate. Kristen has 600. Yeah, 100%. I'm sort of surprised they did that. It kind of ruined it a little bit. We're still managing despite not having one of those events, but yeah, I've played for hours, as is Mana. Sort of, we are in one of the top ones, but yeah, it's sort of a shame they did that actually. Okay, so this here. Players. Ken. Oh, that's where I was going to contact that player as well. Big boss. Hey boss. Tis. There's not many to type up either. This guy's an interesting one because he's not in a nice autistic box. He's like, where is he from? We can't figure around. I like, hey. Candy, that's a nice, unique name. If you search up on Google, then maybe we could actually find it. Whereas if it's just like Tiz or Nick, you'd never find it online. It's so ununique. Whereas you can, in a game, have a name unique enough that you show up. Interesting, just like a KJ or LA. I'm sure that he would have had an event as well. I love how it's still got that color. Oh, it must be using the pattern from above because it's not like red. Yeah. 260. 258. 249. 247. So much data. Yeah, so that it's not 24 hours exactly, but yeah, you can see how. Man, the top one didn't actually got much at all in 24 hours, but like the bottom one has like over doubled. That's really interesting, actually. Rosie, and Rosie was basically the same, just about. All of KJ. Yeah, none of them stayed the same. Oh, but that's then cool, and then we can do the beautiful thing. I already can envision it. I envisioned it like an hour ago or so of like the XL one where we had the top clans from the very first ones, and then we went based on date. And so a lot of them we didn't know like the very first time because they're not on it today. But then after like 2 weeks and that, you could start tracking how they move up, which was so fun. So some of these ones will die out. I don't know. It's definitely not as hype as that other game, Everdell. That's partly, I guess, because like it's not like they released this cool this competitive thing right at the start of the game, and so sort of that and then it's also only 16, and also it's limited data that you can get, and it's also only going to last 4 days, and then it sort of falls. Oh, that will ruin it. That will ruin it. Like the best we can do is 4 days. And the first 24 hours is so volatile. It depends on what time you sort of take the first sample. Because otherwise it'd be 24 hours. So you'd have 4 samples. So it'll just be sort of like, It'll still be cool, but it'll just be like not that much data. Whereas if you sort of, like it's a long term, how high can you get? You sort of just see that gradual and people overtaking. And because yeah, some of these ones will then just sort of die off. Like Ducky McDuckface, I haven't seen them again, and they may never feature on the leaderboard again. Clan Moose Crew. Well, so the same 3 remained the same top 3. Interesting. For that. I think clan's more important, but it's epic if you have an individual player. And interesting, Denmark had... Oh, man, we were 2 points off. We're 2 points off third, and we did get third a few minutes later. But hey, we're doing it how it is, so... We did move up a position, though, so that's cool. Because you can do position, but I far prefer using this data, because you could, for example, say first, second, third, fourth, and then first, second, third, fourth, and then say, oh, this is how they moved in positions. They do that political. Like I've seen political graph on Google Trends of that, like various topics in New Zealand, be it crime, housing, abortion, etc., and how important they are, and it just has their ranking and that. But then it sort of it like way disproportionately weights things that, because there could be huge like elasticity in that. Like the top 2 issues could be like 90% of the interest, and then all the other ones are under 10%, but you're like, whoa, that one's third. That seems very important, but it doesn't factor. It's sort of like when you vote, some of them have like the you like the ranked, like how much would you like people, how much just like it gauges versus just like rather than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's like on a scale of 1 to 100, then it gives a better idea as, and that is actually important information. Not that I'm saying that that's the way that the political system should be done, but as in, it's like, without that info, like with these charts, you want that info. Like, you wouldn't just want to know their rank, because it could not show the points and just show 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20, and you have no idea, is it like, was one of them miles ahead, or, but I appreciate that they have got that data. Yeah, SuperSightLIVE. And we got one of our members up. That was me. Yes, that's cool. We're tag teaming, so it's me tomorrow night. It's my shift. Okay. We've got us two. We've got about half the team's stuff. Acorn and Mios. I've got this video that's 4 hours long, but it's not uploading. I eventually get uploaded, but means no worries for the rest of your days. It's our problem 3. Philosophy. Hakuna Matata. It's a good song. Canadian bacon. Be interesting to see the nationality or country of the various people. Like the maple ones almost certainly will have been founded by Canadians. And I love it. I big shout out to, well, yeah, I don't know, because big shout out to Ken and Wasteland for like tanking their team. At the same time, I'm like annoyed that they've got this thing which like these clans can be miles ahead because of the fact that of those event things. See this here, like that, you'd think, oh, he's from there, but no, this one here is one of those ones. I really should have this one first then. So, yes, and no, this thing here important. That's ridiculously ahead, like so far ahead. But yeah, then you can track it and be like, oh, it's gone from that to that. Yeah, oh, it's cool. Oh, I can't believe you've done this. Yeah, if it was like a week, that would be kind of better. I feel like I don't know, maybe I feel like the devs will have like misestimated. Well, they have like, for example, how hard events are, unless it's intentional, but I doubt it, because yeah, but like some events, I bet like this one here is sort of like 4 days, but they might have some which are like real fast to their surprise, and some that are actually really slow and actually do take a week, and then that will be just cool extra data tracking. But it's annoying because this isn't like a long-term one like in Everdale, which I prefer the long-term ones. Especially in the first month, there's a heap of movement. Then it's sort of pretty linear or slowish or whatever. But yeah, with this here, it's like, it only will last 3 days, and then it will just, all the data will, it'll be like, for that event, that clan was number 1. So it'll be a lot of clans sort of come and go. Yeah, that one's miles ahead. And then, oh yeah, no, see, yeah, these ones here, huge gap between, I noticed that like yesterday at some point, it was like a big gap. But yeah, that's a massive gap. So us 3 are like solidly ahead as of then, but then it's, see, Ireland, and this was just a few hours ago, and Ireland wasn't even on the list. So yeah, Ireland is 100%, Ireland State has 100% got an event which has just spiked them up, which is, I don't like how that's, and then that lady Bella, she wasn't even on this list, and all of a sudden she's beating Ken. So it's kind of, I don't like that. I feel like it's a bit stupid. So but she won't even feature since I'm using the 7 PM data versus the now data. She should tomorrow though, unless a whole heap of other clans all get things that spike them up. But yeah, I mean, they'd have to be active. But then as long as they're completing the event, then they would get that. Boom. So, yeah, these 3 remain. That's pretty impressive. And those 3, we didn't quite make it to 3rd. And we were so close. We were so close, and then we might never get it if the next event is not which it probably won't be. Then we will be, yeah, we won't be on it. Oh wait, no, it's 2 points off, and we have been 3rd. We almost got to 2nd, which would be 1st excluding Moose Crew, the non-event ones. And yeah, I mean, these ones could be event ones for all we know. But yeah, that's that. Yeah, so yeah, because I'm doing the 2 iterations. The one where I assign them to their clans, and one where I don't. So yeah, so then there's that, and then we'll do it's the same date. And then this one here, we'll do it, so we'll base it on this one here as the gold standard. And then, well, because yeah, it's got players in that, like that order. Yeah. Okay, so Moose Crew is just absolutely cleaning up. Well, he gets nothing, but these ones here. That's insane. No, yeah, it's like no wonder it's so high. And then of course the one and only. That's actually kind of cool. Oh, because then yeah, no, I like that color pink. Is it hot pink? But yeah, we got one in there again. Just scraped it in there. And if it wasn't for them, like he'd be way higher. Then Ken and Wasteland are probably from. Oh, Wasteland maybe not if he'd just been playing a long time. Oh, he's not. He hasn't got his own thing yet. But we do know, and I assigned red, so he can keep red. Oh, but then no, but then that one, you know, it changes because of the thing. So he's just only just. Then brown. I don't know who's from this guy. He sounds like a very Denmark-like name, but I can't prove that. 240. That's not helpful at all. Did we figure out? I don't think we can prove it though. No, but then how many is that then? That is 70. Oh, that's way. We don't know which one that, because they are in those four. Those 4 people, those 5 people are in those 4 clans. 122. So yeah, at least 2 of them have to be in Moose Masters or join at own risk. Have to be. We can knock that out because that's wrong now. Oh, did I just guess that? $133 would make it 2. No, we can't figure that out, unfortunately. Yeah, anyway, that's just sort of a cool thing we had going. Yeah, that's crazy how they've got. Yeah, so they've got all 8 of them, and the most of any clan, and all 8. Because even if all of these ones, but then they couldn't all be in that clan because that only goes up to that. So yeah. Very cool. Okay, I can assign him a color, actually. He deserves a color. I can go blue this time. He's from No Worries. Yeah, so there's only the 5 that we don't know. Pretty sure he's from Denmark. Like, highly sure. Because he wasn't on the list yesterday, and neither was Denmark. Is it? It's not even Denmark. No, it's not, is it? Denmark. I feel like it'd be from that, though. Oh yeah, no, because it is Danish Hess can play the game. Yeah, so he's very likely from there. Almost want to just, cause wait, no, because that's that. Nah, so then they could all be on 196 and then have still got that clan there, so we can't prove he's from there. Anyway, we'll publish our research. That's so cool. That's so cool. I mean, that's annoying. That's really annoying, but I think the chart's real cool. General. As at 4 hours ago. I don't know. I just love the colors. I just love the data, the accurate, true data it represents. I just think it's just so cool. Yeah, like if I cared about leaderboards and as I as a player, I'd be like, yo, I'm downloading that image. That's like really good historic preservation of true. It's a reflection of truth, of reality. Like this is true. This is factually accurate. Like this is, I mean, assuming the system's accurate, but yeah, like that's like a data representation of something true. It's just so cool. Maybe I'll go back to the comments. VPN. Oh, from Italy. There we go. Do you think they, if they add clan events? Some for 200 stars. Oh, yeah, true. No, I don't think they will add more. I don't think they will. Well, no, actually, they easily could. No, I don't know. There's also an option settings that you don't get showed up on top. No. No. No way that's real. What? Like, well, it's like either you could have it like as in you like that could mean like you either turn off the leaderboard, which that's fine if you don't want to see it. Just don't click on it. If you're homeless, just buy a house. But yeah, no, but if it like means that you like anonymous, no, that'd just be stupid. That'd be so stupid. Like, oh no, I'm actually the top player, but it's just like, I don't know. I just feel like it's silly. Like, you know, because you know, I feel like there's definitely a place for society, absolutely, for anonymous donations. And you know, if you didn't want to be recognized for being on top, but. Corrupted? Whoa, that's heaps of them. You have to do the maths to figure it out. What do I put it? There's like nothing. I've never like depleted the resources so much that there's like it's almost like I might as well not put her on yet. Could get her on. Ah, yeah, fine. I guess that's where the speed thing comes in. The melon, the melon, the melon, the melon, the last melon. $50. Not 50. Maybe we'll do this one here first. True one. 22 plus 3. 2 minus 1, 17. $15. 16. 18. Sometimes I don't think they start to show up straight away. I could do more strawberries. 90 is quite a lot. Maybe I'll just do carrots. I don't know. I feel like it will just. Yeah, islands take a second now. Yeah, it's like I want to have them recorded in the database, like Machacho or Everdale Moles, because they might never come back on that list anymore. Well, Bella is 450. Yeah, so she can only be in the top 5. And I know she's not in SuperSightLIVE, and I know she's not in Moose Crew. So she could only be in Island State, Moose Masters, or Denmark. Doubt she's in... Oh yeah, she's almost certainly in Island State. It's with 1,000. Oh no, you can everyone have like 100 and something. That's annoying, that. Or she's clanless, and that's actually a good point. Right, settings. Is it more? Credits. 3 people. Hide me from... What? Oh my goodness, the level they go to cater to people. It's like, yeah, like... Oh, the root tokens is never asked. Maybe that wasn't an option before. That's like a safe space. Well, can you just like add in like... Oh, it'd be funny if you could type in words. Like, and then does it show, like, hide your clan and everything? That's just ridiculous. Better not, like, do any permanent damage if I turn it on. But yeah, like, the level that people go to, like, hide themselves from reality, it's like, really? Oh, I know, but I wasn't on there. Oh, no, our clan's still fine. That'd, like, be wrong if you could enforce, like, yeah, the whole clan and, yeah. If one person in the clan was like, nah, and then the whole clan was hidden. That's crazy, but yeah, it's like next level. Like, sort of like, so committed to like, oh no, we want to protect you from like, it being like, like, you know, competitive and that. Like, we can hide it. Like, so, this, but this, it'd more be like, the option to just turn off so you never accidentally tap it and realize it. Or it's, I don't know, honestly, it seems to me like a psychological condition. Just like the fear of like, the competition, like the reality that some players are higher ranked than others. If they make a leaderboard showing that, like, because the thing is that exists, it's just true as it irrelevant of whether there's a leaderboard. Now, if there's a leaderboard that shows it, so what? Like, that's just, yeah, it's like, and then the thing more that worry is the fact of people like seeing it and that, like, I don't want to know that there's someone's higher or lower than me in that. It's like, well, just don't tap on the leaderboard if it's that. That seems concerning if you're that concerned. Hide me from leaderboard. That's weird, because then that would cater to people that are like doing really well, but don't then want to be seen. Yeah, it's sort of, I don't know. I don't think turning on that setting is a sign of humility. I think it's cool and exciting, the competition, and it sort of deprives other people of like, if you know, it's like, because then it's like not a real leaderboard if you have top people that are not showing on it for what purpose in that. It's kind of odd. I thought it'd be funny actually if you had 2 clans that were called SuperSightLIVE and they all got the exact same point score, and they're all just on the like all 16 spots, and it was just like they're all on 700. You know, I couldn't have done that because you'd have to have all these counts, which is really hard, but I may even violate TOs if it was just me doing it. But yeah, Trimax could have done it, but you know, if they're all on the same, and people would complain it's glitched or something. Or you could have that all the clans. You could do it like have 16 clans doing that. Man, my voice is getting real sore. Okay, we'll do that thing and then we'll do some more Excel. Only right. That's weird. I just think that's crazy that they've had that as an option. On one sense, I'm like, oh well, I guess it's like I think it's silly, but you know, if people want to choose that, then it's up to them. But on the other hand, it's like, well, then it sort of just distorts and can ruin the leaderboard, because then it's not a real leaderboard. It's not it's not an accurate leaderboard. It's like, well, who's actually top? Well, we don't know, because the person could have just hidden their score. Yeah. I don't know. I like, my initial reaction is very negative. Maybe if I thought about it a bit, I'd be like, oh, no, I guess that's fine. I could do potatoes, actually. I haven't got anything that have diet yet. Oh, it's like an hour for, like, almost everything. Yeah, maybe I'll just do it. Grapes, actually, an hour. Not going to be moving up much. I honestly am going to have a break. For, like, maybe 10 minutes or so. Oh, maybe 5 minutes. I'm going to have a milk drink. My voice is just, whoa. Oh, I should leave this up, because then it looks cool. Yeah, okay, fine, I'll leave this up. And then we're going to be doing Excel next. Clans or players? Players. Prefer clans. No, we're going clans. Because I prefer players, because then you see it like individually. But as in the clans, I think clans, because then it's like the amount that are like on there because of events is less. So, but you can, yeah, that's like a cool thing. That could be like, yeah, you could just have it like a live stream 24/7 of that. Okay, I'm gonna be back soonish. Yo. Not sure if the audio's through the... Yeah, no, it's through the one. Okay. So, had a nice milk drink. Guess who's back? Okay, so what was I thinking about? That's right, I was thinking about, so, you know, in terms of interviews and that. Logan Paul, H3, Hassan Abi, lots of people. He actually had insane election coverage for the 2020 election, like a decent percent, like even if you get 1% of coverage, like that's massive. It might have been just on Twitch or something, but it was substantial. You know, that's huge. So yeah, there's a hang of a lot of sources. I was thinking the other day, I was like, and I started writing out a list. Well, the other day, I was like, maybe a month ago, and just started writing out a list of all the sources in that I use. It was based on DuckDuckGo, not on DuckDuckGo, on Brave, and it showed a list of all the places that blocked ads in that, which is all the places that view articles in that. And I was like, oh my goodness, it's like a lot of sources in that, like a heaps of sources in that. I have so many different sources in that from both sides. And I read both sides in that, and it's interesting. You know, it's very different narratives. I'm not very clear in my mind and sort of noticing. I sort of every single article I sort of take it as it is and sort of like treat it as if it's like accurate versus like no, it's from that side, so it's probably that's like because like the thing is like when you write if you're trying to make someone look bad, it's not a very good strategy if you've got a reputation to protect to just outright slander. So what it often involves is intentionally leaving out details in that. And I mean, it's almost I would argue that the problem, some of the problem in the media is the biggest problem is not how they misrepresent people in articles, but in the articles they never write. And I'm not meaning like, you know, well, they should write because, you know, every company could write infinite articles if they had enough people in that. But there's like key main stories which absolutely warrant covering, given what their job is to bring news on various topics, and big things happen to those topics, and they don't cover it. And it's like, that is massive, that's huge in that, because if you're only giving, like, if you're only giving the articles in that then promote a certain narrative in that does way more damage in the long run than just like outright slandering someone. And people are like, wait a second, you're just lying about that person, and then your credibility's done. And so rather than that, it's like, well, never report any time they do want to, or like, no, never, but like minimize the times you ever report good stuff that came from what they did, was like amplify anything bad that sort of people say, you know, sort of that kind of, not anything, but a lot of stuff. And I was reading the Wikipedia about polarization and how, like, for example, someone searching up BP, I think this was an unscientific experiment, someone searching up BP, one person would get a result of investment and how the investment increased in BP. I can bring this up just so then it like looks nicer in the background while I talk. And then another person would search it up and get about an oil spill that happened from BP. So, and then which, you know, is then vastly different, you know, but then, like, you know, because the problem is, like, the goal, the goal of sort of, kind of, is the goal of social media and Google and that, to maximize profit is to maximize retention, and that, although no, but then arguably they want to get you to the result as quick as you can, which then would reduce retention. But then in the long run, it would increase it because people then come back a lot more because they think, oh yeah, this gets better. But the problem is the incentives are sort of broken because, like, that if, you know, in the echo chamber, like, people then, you know, and then there's that, it's like incredibly toxic because they know that if you see content that, you know, that angers you and get really emotional about, you'll then like stay longer to write a comment in there. I was talking about this to someone who's like, yeah, knows a decent amount about, and he himself is anti-social media. He's the generation above Gen Z and that. And yeah, he was really interesting to talk to, saying about it and how they're trying, the goal, you know, and they use it that, no, and then other people said this as well, that they don't hire, you know, marketers, kind of, but they hire psychologists to write the algorithm, well, not to write, you know, and align with coders and that. It's like, what? And it's like, that's like not good, and then they're just outright like mass abusing and expediting, you know, just the huge demise, whether for profits or political benefit, and that at the mass cost of trust in these institutions of the media and whatnot, as well as society in general, and the polarization. Like, it's just exploded. But it's like these social media companies have played a big role, a huge role, and not just them in that, like various politicians and that. Not all politicians, but yeah, it's just played a huge role for their short term, their short term political benefit and or profit, and the absolute destruction and obliteration of trust in the media and uh, the trust of the media and the polarization just whoop. Like in New Zealand, it's to the point now where people trust politicians more than they trust media and that. And New Zealand's a very different media landscape to the US, very different. But that's crazy in any country. That's well, unless it's of course state propaganda. But that's but then it's sort of the same then as a state politician or the party is getting But it's insane that then that's like insane that that's happened in that. But it sort of doesn't surprise me given what you see the media pushing out, the articles they push out, and how they phrase things and frame things. It's just insane though, because people just like, well, I like that politician, so I trust that politician, and the politician then becomes, which then has all their interests involved in exactly what they're saying or not saying. They become more trustworthy than the media, which is just terrible. But that's the state of affairs. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. It's really crazy. It's insane. It's outright insane. Oh, they're pretty stabilized, the players on that list. Yeah. These companies and that, social media companies, they're trying to expand how long you stay, so then they try and push the content that then makes you, and this is what I've heard, like, I can't prove, I can confirm it, but sounds very likely, very plausible to me, and then, so then you'll spend longer in that, like, writing a comment of frustration, how the person's totally wrong, and that, and, then just, like, causing more and more fights and arguments and that. Like, the media companies are, like, intentionally, the social media companies intentionally trying to increase retention, which includes, they've used manipulative means in order to do that, at the detriment of society. And this guy is talking to it, he reckoned that, social media will be a past phenomenon, that people will just be like, why do we even do social media? Well, it's terrible. But the problem is, there's nothing, like, inherently wrong with social media, like, just like a blog, like, who cares? If you got some relatives around the world and you have like this site, if it's just like sort of like an email, like you could just send out some relatives some photos and that, like, hey, this is what I did to get. There's zero wrong with that. The relatives like, oh, cool photos and that, and you've sent them in there, and so it's like, okay, you do that in social media with the same thing in that, and sort of it's rather than like emailing everyone, you just like, hey, you just follow me on this thing, sort of like a blog, but it's sort of like this profile I have on Facebook, and then I'll just put something you can all see. So there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but then why is it gone so wrong? Then that's because then people like, oh, well, I can get my news feed on this, and oh, now there's all these fighting, arguing interactions and all that. It's and then anonymity. Well, that's in Facebook doesn't, and there's people like that have legitimate names that then aren't allowed on Facebook because it violates the Facebook policy. The whole anonymity thing's, well, it causes problems and that. But then I don't like Facebook forcing. I've heard people, Facebook, it's a weird policy in that, to force everyone to use their real names and that. Yeah, I mean, because then there's this absolute thing called Neighborly, which is sort of like a community thing that that you join for like your area and that, and then they've got this thing in the US equivalent to that. And anyway, so one of my relatives here and someone from the US. There's just two people, so there's not a good sample at all. But they're like, people say the most horrible things on those apps and that. Like they'll just say like just terrible things about other neighbors and that, like how awful the person is for not doing this or that. Dogs are always a big thing in that. I think it's very poor that people just let the dogs poo and don't pick it up. I think that's very poor in that. But yeah, I'm not a fan of dogs and that. But people, I think, should have the right to be allowed dogs. And it's a weird, and then I guess because then if it's barking at night and stuff like that, then it's all like this, like how much can you infringe on other people's rights, or how much is it right to like never hear any sound that disturbs you? Like you have to, like it's like, well, what time are people allowed to start start mowing the lawns and that? Like if you've got a loud mower and go at 3 a.m. in the middle of a city, well, that's not cool. But then how much do you restrict people, and it's sort of like this very fine balance. It's very passive aggressive. I feel like the world's way more aggressive and passive aggressive than most people ever believe or tell me in that. They're like, no, everyone's, everyone's nice and the world's just real nice. You just gotta give people a chance, and actually people are all actually pretty good if you get to know it. And it's like, no, they're not. And I've like just experienced just like you just say certain things in that, and you just, whoa, okay, they just straight out of the hostility in that. I feel like so many people were just like, you say the wrong thing around them, you're not getting punched, but like it's not pleasant in that. But I don't know, I feel like the people that just say like, oh, everyone's like, it's just fine, I feel like they just never bring up anything possibly controversial. They're probably like super agreeable people and us never bring up disagreeable things in that, because I bring up disagreeable things all the time. And then I guess, and then you're like, oh wow, you fast realize that a lot of people actually are very hostile. So yeah, so I started with the media thing. Fernando, welcome to the stream. I don't play Halo anymore. I watched your long Halo or ago video. Yeah, long time, 2017. Although then was when I started, and then 2020, mid 2020 was sort of like the last, which isn't actually then that long ago. Like it's only like 2.5 years. That's still a long time ago, but yeah. But maybe yeah, the news sources. I like so many, like both like news, radio, TV, internet. Yeah, so yeah, you got the news and you got columns, which are opinion, and yeah, I'm like this. Yeah, I'll see if I can. I'll just read some of the sources in that. Whoa, that's a huge list. So, well, yeah, there's a New Zealand one, the stuff.co.nz, 6pm One News TV thing, New Zealand Herald, News Harbour, Otago Daily Times. More other ones is like NBC, MSNBC, Bloomberg, New York Post, Wall Street Journal, and then there's various personalities, Dinesh D'Souza, Rumble.com, and Gateway Pundit, Prager, Peterson, Libs of TikTok, GenSpect, PewDiePie, Pew News, and some of them just like tiny bit in that. Like I very rarely watch PewDiePie in that, but like the different spots in that I. Where's that? There was this big list, this like with these images that I had. Was that all? Oh, that's not that many. Tomsguide.com, decrypt.co, news.com, AU, National Review, Journal Slate, Digital Camera World, well, that was just because I was getting camera news, Tech Radar, Fox News, CBS News, Fox Business, so not all of these are news, like fandom.com, marketscreener.com, townhall.com, Dennis Prager's columns, fortune.com, theguardian.com, kentucky.com, cnet.com, msn.com, Forbes, The Hill, Business Insider, NBC News, Politico.com, Variety.com, DailyBeast.com, Reuters, 538.com, Newsweek, All Sides, 9 to 5. Heaps of them. I said Wall Street Journal. Yeah, so heaps and heaps of different people and personalities. That's right. Lawrence Southern, Trump, Tim Pool, Al Jazeera. Just various ones that yeah, it's not like I routinely go to Al Jazeera to see what, but as in like, there'll be various articles that like I'll sometimes just like, because I used to use the Google feed, but I actually prefer the Brave one. The Brave one, you can actually turn them on and off. I don't think I turned off any. No, I didn't. I turned them all on, in fact. So it's real interesting. So the quartering, another good one. Yeah, many, and that's just some of them in that. Tom Scott, Elon Musk, Ben Shapiro, Dinesh D'Souza, many people. Guy Hatchard, yeah, many people that have Sean Hannity, Lauren Boebert, Lauren Ingram, what's it, Whoopi Goldberg, yeah, so many different people that I sort of Morning Consultant. That's another. They have some real cool stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, there's a lot of news out there, and I use a lot of different sites to yeah, considering that. I do a hang of a lot, I guess, like way more on average than most people in terms of like reading news stuff and that. Well, that sound, it was like, what was that? Like doo-doo-doo. It's like real deep. Whoa, that's a, there we go. Oh. Yeah, nah, yeah, see a couple of them been lost now. They were on there. Teo Town's still on there, but yeah. I've already forgotten what it was called. Okay, I'm gonna, oh no, because I'm gonna do the Excel stuff now. Literally, we've just so depleted the island. I might just respawn it just to get her some stuff to do. How many? Oh, there's not even purple ones there. Oh, that gets 29. Let's go. That's very rare when I've gone through resources, depleted them so much that it like I have to like respawn them to get stuff. Matt Walsh, Deputy Wire. Huffington Post. OAN, Newsmax, CNN. So many sources. But then again, like, it seems like, in some cases, it seems like a lot of sources, but then, and then it's sort of, you can easily slip into if, for example, you only listen to the left-wing ones or only listen to the right-wing ones, you can quickly assume that, like, all the sources say the same thing in that. But the thing is, like, sometimes the sources all have the same agenda or are all funded by the same thing. So you can feel like, whoa, like every single, like all the sources I listen to are all saying the same thing. It's like, well, that's maybe because they all have this, and so yeah, you can then easily be like, for example, there was this guy that I started seeing lots on rumble.com and that, and I was like, oh, he must be a new upcoming guy that is like, and it was just like, the videos about this guy as he's not a good guy in that. And so I seen like I saw like 3 or 4 of his photos of him like in the thumbnail and like in like 2 days. I'm like, oh wow, he must be like this new big figure in that is not a good guy in that. But then I've noticed that they're all by the same channel, and I'm like, wow, if I didn't notice that, I could quickly think that, oh, now this is the new thing that like this side is all saying is he's a really important guy to focus on. Actually, it's just a single source. But then it's far more what's the word, not comprehensive. It's like it's a clever scheme for then like if you then have like all these networks which are saying all the same thing, but it's just effectively the same source. It's not different sources. It's just an elaborate scheme of like, oh look, well no, I got mine from this source and this source and this source. Like you do realize like they all have the same agenda, or they're all funded by the same guy, you know, whatever. And so you can easily feel like you've confirmed something when actually it's not. That's not a valid way to confirm it. We'll get some of these because these things are good. I unlocked June today. I like the emote. I unlocked June. Very nice. Oh, so you actually must be quite low level then. What level's she at? Oh, here she is. June. April, May, and June. Oh yeah, we should, yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2. Welcome back here to the MCG. Or the giver. It doesn't matter. This summer. Not just me. Commentary boys. Kind of my boys, if you know what I mean. Australia. Australian. Avi Yemen. Bill O'Reilly. So many sources. Alex Jones. The Young Turks. Tucker Carlson. So many sources. Oh, the builder. Okay. I feel like he didn't used to look that happy back in 2013. Oh, Island 9, right. Only 3 levels behind me, but then that's like, it's exponential. So it's like, the levels get really hard to sort of max out. They cost like thousands extra each time. That one's only 1 minute away. There should be a bigger thing, like a 50 or another 70 something spawning. Could you get more of that stuff, ferns? That sort of is just like if a real good deal came up where you could convert heaps of ferns for something good, it'd be like, let's go. Okay, do that. Oh, also 29. Okay, fine, we'll leave that final one. And what should we put her on? Guess we'll put her on a little bit. Oh no, put her on more of those things. Put her on morphine. Barocca. I used to carry around Barocca. And sometimes I'd ask people, would you like a Barocca? Normally they said no. Well, no, if they said I'm feeling a bit tired, I'd be like, will you like a Barocca? They normally said no. I remember actually, I just remembered yesterday, there was a time in school, and I got in trouble for, because it was like a, I'm pretty sure, I don't think it was in class in that, but, or it might have been in class, but like not, it might have been like in a group discussion or whatnot, and I went, eh, wait, no, I just said eh, like that, and this was years ago, and anyway, and then I got, like, this one girl complained and was like really offended in that, and then I got in trouble with that, and what was I was told that, well, they said that she said that the reason I did it was because she went to this, she applied to go to this was like in 2014, she applied to go to this X Factor, and she got rejected, and the sound they made when they pressed the buzzer was eh, and that. I had no idea. This felt like, I had just no idea. And then I got in trouble for this. It's like, what? Like, I was just like accused of like intentionally like making her feel sad or whatnot. It's like, I had no idea she'd applied for this X Factor thing, and that, well, I know, I've seen the Simon Cowell thing, but I didn't know, but yeah, it's like, that was ridiculous. That was crazy. But yeah, like, they just take it for, well, no, well, it must be because of that. It's like, no, it's like, yeah. I feel like sometimes teachers would jump. Would you like they're just sort of like, well, it's also a psychology concept of like, you know, the first source or first thing you get told is what you believe in. That it's sort of like if someone tells them something, it's like, well, it must be true, and then it's like, well, no, it's not. But then they like just go on with the premise, like, okay, so why did you, you know, why, like, it's just like the questioning line, you know, like, why did you intentionally do this or so? It's like, what? I did, yeah, it's silly. It's silly sometimes. Okay, what are we gonna? Okay, they're all sweet for 20 minutes. So knock that out, and we'll start on the Excel. We are 1 times 11, 3 times 9, 1 times 9. Oh yeah, so like reasonably sort of similar. Cool beans, cool potatoes. Okay, so there's a few things we want to do actually. Few different grapholines that we have. So one of them is we want to. Okay, which one should I do first? Well, so we've got the top players. Oh, and then we can, yeah, well, that's easy to just post that data in. Boom. And clans. Boom. Oh, I think I did it when with the EXO one, I did the last one or whatnot. Yeah, no, but this way will work. So this will go at the bottom, like that. And then like this, so then that one can, so that becomes the 16th of Feb 2023, because it was close enough in the 16th for a lot of people around the world. So those two are the same. This one becomes here. That's crazy, that such a leap. Boom. That one also new. Oh, this is exciting. So by 4 days, it will be like kind of cool to look at. It's weird because I've sort of just like learned. It's sort of like I know it's sort of like in Minecraft. Like I just have this way that I just like play. Like, oh, I have to build a house, and in the house I have to have a bed. I have to have a chest. I have to have a crafting chest. I have to get a diamond pick, and I just like this way I normally play. It's almost like with Excel, I've sort of just come to like, oh no, well, when I'm doing Excel of leaderboards, well, I do this chart in these colors, and then I start and I do it like that because I'm sort of just, but it's sort of figuring out, and it's like even with the Excel, we did a real cool test when we had like that. We were trying out a whole heap of graphs, and it was the best thing to do with you have the observatory and you have all the things to unlock. So it was how much you've already unlocked, how many you can see, and how many you can't see. And we did all these really, really different charts showing it. So I really liked that. Join at own risk. Oh wait, no, that's that one. Man, they went hardly up at all. Man, they're gonna fall off at that rate. Means no worries for the rest of your days, poor Ken. It's a problem free. Man, so many of them change. It will definitely stabilize. It will definitely. Oh no, but not if there's the flipping spikes that keep coming of people clans getting events, and then there's like this island one, just like not even seen for like even as of like 5 hours ago, not even on either leaderboard, and then boom, it's second. It's like, wait, what? That's not right. That's exactly what happened. Southern Skies, yeah. No, because I think I did it on reverse for the other one. That surely would have taken me ages to get all that data when I did it on that other one. Canadian. Is that another one? My goodness. Hey, here's another one. What's the highest one which is gone? Oh, home. No, home is there. Wasteland, yeah. Spunky. Spunky died. Poor Spunky. And Maple is a new one. So yeah, that one's gone, that one's gone. Yeah, so we might never see Ducky McDuckface again. Then we'll call that clan. And then we'll go like that. Oh, this is so exciting! Oh yeah, that's kind of shows, but we're looking for this. Oh, it's sort of like, ugh, there's just so little data. Wait, what the heck is that one? What is that even showing? Oh, because it's the ones that are missing in the middle. No, yeah, no, that is the ones missing. Oh, maybe it's not. I thought it was like kind of cool, but it's like that one actually looks like the best. Recommended. You can sort of see the jumps they've made. But I was going for one like this, but when you only have 2 data points, it actually doesn't look very cool. Maybe if we actually knock out that top one, because then it will make it sort of look a bit more. There, yeah, no, that's way better. Yeah, because it's a bit compressed. Yeah, I thought that would make it look a bit better. I don't want to I don't want to cut that off because like that's then factually inaccurate. But it's annoying though that they're there because of that boost. They're there because of that boost, which just annoys it. And it's like I wouldn't have wanted us to get. I mean, well, if we could have got it, I would have preferred we get it. But as in, I wish they just didn't have that boost thing. Because then, yeah, that just sort of stuffs up the chart a bit. As soon as you have a 3rd data point, it will look way better. I'm like excited so I can get tomorrow's data point. Yeah, that's good because then you can see like, oh, who the biggest gainers. Actually, I think we are the biggest gainers. It looks like it. And so then because you can go equals that minus that. Other than of course Moose Crew. Oh no, but then it's sort of broken because these ones here all leap on, but they could have been at 70 something. Even if they were at 77, that's definitely a huge gain. We can. This is sort of, it really sort of messes it up. Oh yeah, no, we were the biggest gainers. And let's assume that these were 77 just for. Oh, I see. Yeah. Let's just do that. We're not going to keep that data there, but then we can better sort of see at best. Yeah, so so the only one that has actually exceeded us is the Denmark one, and that will 100% be because of an event. You don't go from 77 or even less to suddenly 500 or whatever. Yeah. And then, of course, that top one, which has gone up over $1,000. Okay, anyway, so we're getting rid of that because it's not real data, and we don't need that stuff. So yeah, anyway, that's some. It's almost like I just sort of. I want to keep the top ones, but then actually I should be sorting it by the latter date. Lateral, you're sort of random. It's just a bit crowded, but congested, if you know what I'm saying. But then we can do so we'll do that one as the gold one. The gold standard. You called it the gold standard. Not NAFTA. It was the TTPA. Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. I remember even way back in 2015, which was before Trump v. Hillary, the Trump announcement 2015, but people in New Zealand were protesting against the TTPA. I was pretty young in 2015 actually, and I haven't really looked into it. But yeah, it's funny that by the 2026 election, both Trump and Hillary both opposed it. So it's like, well, it's clearly not a good deal if both of them oppose it. But I think it was like the horseshoe theory. Well, no, not that horseshoe, but as in they opposed it for different reasons. Why do I have to? Is it outline? Oh, it's just called outline. That's kind of silly. Phil. Philemon. And then 3rd. Oh, wait, no, we're not. That's not. How are we? Wait, but. Oh, they don't show up. Oh, because like, yeah, technically you have to assume some data point for them, so you can assume it's 0, assume what you want, but yeah. It's not, it doesn't look very nice with that. You really want a few less. There's just too many. Oh, but then I like to give sort of all the clans sort of a bit of a name, you know, like they get to. And we are the pink team. In waste, he is the. Oh, I know, I had clicked it. Bother. There's too much data. There's too many. It's sort of just like that's just too clunky. After many days, it would be fine, but it only goes for a 4 days maximum. Because you sort of need a bit more spread, and that's just way too congested. And it makes it worse because this one lifts the graph way up. Without that, it at least makes it more. You can see a bit more variation. Yeah, you can see way more variation. Even that it's still messy as like that, but yeah. But then starting them at 0 isn't a good idea. No, so ideally you just don't even. You just sort of they just go from there because otherwise then it like that's not accurate. They weren't at 0. I mean they could have been, but unlikely that they went from yeah. And then it looks like they've gone like just a huge boost, but actually it's like no, they just hadn't quite made it. So yeah, we'll go like that. I reckon we just do the top 5 then. Because, like, you could include these ones. Oh, are they not included either? Because they then are not on it. But then, it's nice to have the ones that have the 2 data points. I don't know what to... But then 5, all of these ones are... There's nothing in between them. Like, for example, there's nothing in between them. Like, these ones are all high, whereas these ones here are lower than some of these ones. Whoa, there's no worries in that. We're, like, incredibly... We'll just keep it at 3, eh? Let's just do that. But then... Oh, neither of them are wastelands, so I have to assign them a colour. Could give them green. Oh, again, it's this thing. And then this other, no worries. Don't know if this will even help. There we go. Okay. You need more data. It just doesn't look very cool when you've got 2 data points. Right click without it going off it. Cool. And could do a yellow. Purple. Don't want to take bronze because the actual bronze is not. No, yellow's fine. There we go. Rootland top 5 clans 17 of February 2023 that were on the previous day. Top I'll just go from that, assuming we're just going to call it that. I don't know, it's not a lie because it actually is that was that time period in some of them, and we're doing it to distinguish, otherwise it's more confusing if we call it this. That was silly though. I should have just done it before then. Well, I would have old ones that I could then do, but since we've started it like that, this is such an awful chart when it's like that. Rootland top lands points. Top 5 global And then the island one isn't even registered. It'll become better as the times go on. Yeah, so we were 5th. We've passed 2 of them. That's just so much less cool than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be like, whoa, but it's, yeah. And it's sort of annoying, yeah. Well, no, that one's sort of, well, it's sort of, but all these ones are probably legit. Then this one's especially annoying because, like, they're almost all... Data. We could just do a line, honestly. Cluster. But then sort it by... Yeah. Like that. And that. Highest to lowest. Can I move them? Oh no, you can't move them. Cause yeah, and so then it's like, Cause that one is that. So you could do the top 2. If we were in the, if we were just in the top 3, then it wouldn't matter to like knock off that one. But since it's in that thing, then I can't really exclude it. And just because I could have just done a top 3 one. Because this one's fine, but I really should. Unless we just copy the data. It was just fine. It's just, I don't know, it's so messy. Because I just have, like, cool charts, but it's sort of, like, everywhere. Like, it's just, yeah. Okay, that can just go. And then this one here, we'll data sort it by the 17th height, largest to smallest. Oh, no, and then it doesn't, those ones don't actually matter. No, because we can say sort by that and then sort by that again, which would then naturally bring it back to where it was. Oh yeah, no, that's correct. That's actually that's accurate. Insert. Then that one, yeah, then that's a legitimate real one. Because we could do, because that's top 16. It's so random. I think maybe we'll just do that, but then we'll knock off those ones. Boom. Yep. Yeah, that looks kind of cool. It's annoying. I like them all that way. Fruitland top 16 clans by points. Cool. That one's not very good. Hello, X1. Welcome to the stream. I'll do that. Boom. Then we'll put them there. It's going to look real cool when we get lots of data. And then we're going to do this with the players as well. I think we'll shrink this down. And then yeah, so then we'll go. Let's. Oh, the problem is because this is going to keep going down, 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 down. There's more and more get added. And then no, and so it's not. I don't just have to move over here because if ones go there, sort of like just have to like get it like away. I know, but then as much as I like this game, I feel like it's just gonna die as well. Let's move down again. Oh, I should have it that way. Yeah, it's better. Players. I could say first clan to reach 2,000 first. But then I have 0. I just think no, because it's silly. It's not like they've done an amazing job. It's, yeah. Okay, and then we're going to do... Oh, we could like color code them. Okay, anyway, we'll do the players now. Okay, and those 3 the same. Oh no, I really need to do a thing so I don't lose track of what I've done. Big boss, a new entry. No, I'm off the list for the day. Layla. Do. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. Hot dog, and dun 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 down. Who's the highest player to fall off? Ivy. Huddle mutter. Huddle fodder. I guess these ones have done real well. These ones up here have done not well. Rosie, haven't added in yet. Although no, but these ones have overtaken these ones. Yeah, all the different influences I have and memories I have of various songs. So what happened? What happened? There we go. Different things from New Zealand. New Zealand. Nah. Oh, I could have just done that. Ooh. Rose. Okay. Yeah, it didn't turn out quite as cool as I thought. Which was partly because of... Oh, yeah, this one might look better. It was partly because of the fact that... so not amounts, the dates. Because of the fact that this is... not enough data to look good. It is very scarce. Okay, it moved, it bumped, it's... doesn't really matter. Okay, now we'll do that. Insert the data. Oh yeah, that looks cool. That looks cool. Oh, those, yeah, that would not make sense for this one. Yes. Oh, that's so much. It's too much data. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, so only is the double point ones. Ah, that's kind of clever. Oh, but that one's there. 228, 229. I could do the top 3. So they've stayed. It doesn't matter if, for example, it's just the gap ones. Because, like, for example, if all of that was down, but that swap position is fine. But if there's gaps, that sort of changes things a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. What am I gonna do? So we got this chart. What am I gonna do? Oh, it's annoying that you have to do it this way. Oh, bother. Yeah, I reckon it's kind of fair to just have the ones that were on twice. Because, I mean, the ones that have off, well, they're now irrelevant. The first one, that's like, well, you've made it, now hold it another day, and then you'll show up as a valid data point between two things, rather than me guessing data that I don't actually know. Number 4 is Wasteland. Yes, I like Diva Bread. Tis. Oh, that looks very nice. Oh, those two are neck and neck. My goodness. You can be the grid line. I don't, yeah, it sort of bothers me doing all this data on these people that sort of, like, don't deserve to be on here. Oh yeah, so we might as well get, just to make the legend a bit clearer. Because these ones are... well, it doesn't really... it doesn't look that... What, does this guy not move? Oh yeah, no, Rosie. Danny boy, I get knocked down, but I get up again. Da 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 do. So yeah, we can. Yeah, just so then we can clear up the legend. Da 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 da. Wait, sword? Yeah, sword. 17th of February. Oh wait, no. Can we do this? Can we do this? I don't know if we can. To get that, yeah. What does that do to it? Not really helpful. Huh, how did I do the top clan one? Oh, because they were all in it. Oh, so really then I should have done those other ones. Because the thing is, yeah, because they might then fall off. Oh, this is so cool. This is like Everdell. And I can just manually move it. Maybe I'll do that. This is not an effective strategy to do it. You need sort of an if condition, but you can't really do if conditions in sorting. Wait, oh yeah, no, because in the Everdell I had the two different. What's wrong with that? This should. Oh, has it messed this up? Selected data. Why you do this? Okay, that didn't work. Why didn't it work? I do not know. Why? What? Why is it not? Huh. Me hearties. Na 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 na. How can I sort it then? I don't. What am I gonna do? What? No. Oh, wait, no, I can manually. That's not a very effective way. And then also when I want to change it, it'll be like, why is that one not showing up? That's not a good way to do it. I thought it was... Oh, no, it's going to update. Okay, so, get rid of Ivy. Cam. This is fine. And hey. There we go. Just tidies that up a bit, but it's not a great way to do it. Okay, so root land. We'll root the land up a layer. Yeah, man, those three almost identically, disturbingly so. Like went up like just parallel, just vroom. Was the other one sort of like blue, just stagnated, and green sort of went up a little bit, brown a little bit more. The silver, like, yeah. I don't want to give it misleading title or whatever. Because, like, you know, that one's higher than... Because the caveat is that the ones that appeared on both of the leaderboards. That's the caveat. Because otherwise, I haven't got the data point without that. I don't know what I used to do with Everdale. Well, I didn't really do many of these. Well, no, I would sort it by the end one, so it would be, but the end one, like, would always have, like, at least one data point, especially when it was stabilized and you're only doing the top 20 out of 50 and it had been there for ages. Like, there was this point where so scarce on data points, it's like either that or that. On day one, you've got no option, it's just dots. Then day two, you have a few more, like here. These ones here, we can, for example, assume it was still 133. But then that's not necessarily accurate either. Just like we can assume these were 0, and it's like, well, it won't have gone down. So then some of them, for example, would then, oh no, they wouldn't stay up there because these ones have overtaken them, and then we'd know their total if they did. But yeah, and some of them would still be like doing well. But yeah. But with the third data point, then we'll in it because currently with one you have one category, like either clans are on the board or not, and then this one you then have, like, I think it doubles the categories because you've got ones that were just on the first day, ones that just were on the second day, so just first day, just second day, and ones that were on both, and then ones that were on neither, and that, and then by the third day, then you got a whole heap of categories. Ones that were just on day 1, some were just on day 2, some just on day 3. Some on day 1 and day 2, some on day 2 and day 3, some on day 1 and day 3, and some on all 3. And then the ones that were on none of them. So then it's like, whoa, you suddenly start having a huge amount of categories. So I like looking for ones that are on all 3. So currently, but 16 is very low. So currently we only have 8 players. And it's also really stuffed up in that, like, well, first of all, this year was only taken a few hours after, so many people wouldn't have even played the game by then. And B, it's got these people that got this crazy good event, so it's not really a fair reflection. And that clans is better and that, but these ones still could, that are doing it reasonably well, could still have events that are propping them up. Like, I know we don't, but some of these ones could have, but just have like a moderately active player, but since they're doing an event, then it's really high. That one there, how much overlap is there? 10. Okay, that's pretty good in that, with 6 of them having dropped off already. Yeah, and then we'll see how stabilized it becomes. Well, yeah, but then there's only time for like one more event, because it's like 48 hours to do an event, and since many people like us have sort of captured the first half, and well, technically if it's 24 hours, no, because we started our event, which wasn't a good one there, so we'd get 2 events. But if you sort of were finishing an event 48 hours and then 48, well, that's sort of what we did, but we just had bad event because it's the wait period afterwards. Yeah, because if you started, then it's 1, 2, and if you ended with that, then it's just 1, 2. Yeah, no, you get 2 events over the course of it taking 4 days, either way. Because, yeah, and then I could do... Oh, because I used to do by nationality. Could do them by clan, but I don't know most of those clans. Oh, yeah, because this is this day. Yes, I can do it off that one there. Like that. Part of the... Cause it's a midnight special. Shine a light on me. Da 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 da. This is all the ones, so this is just duplicating the colors, but just in a graph format. Da 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 da. Hopefully that people don't mind that I'm posting too many graphs in there. La da 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 do. Yes. Oh, because they didn't have clans in Battlelands, yeah. But yeah, it was the nationality that they then focused on, like whether Brazilian or not. Top 16. Root the land of players. 17 at Feb 2023. It's sort of like it's only barely the 18th now, so we've got like now and the 7 PM dash and yesterday. I think we'll put them as black. Yeah. That one darkened. Boom. Cool beans. And the top of players. Yeah, is this all the charts I've got? I mean, there's only so much data I can do. I can do the calculations as to how much of the global percent they... Might be like, no, that is enough graph. Oh, it's so cool when you get to the 3rd or 4th day. It's like, brum. Technically, though, this is sort of like 0. So technically we have like 5 data points. Because that was only a few hours after. And then day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, if we make it to day 4. But, well, I could just take the last sample before. But it won't be perfect 24-hour periods. I mean, it never was, even under Everdale. I never got it exact. But, you know, I could get it reasonably decent. Yeah, this is, yeah. That's crazy they got the... No, I forgot Nick. No. No, Alfred. No. I don't normally delete graphs, but it's just because they're probably like... Some of them maybe like barely tolerating the fact I've got as many as I do. And it's like, not... You this like... Now you just do it in no... Yes. That's crazy. That they have like not only like 50% of the spots, but like almost all the top ones. Like of the top 3, they've got 2 out of 3. You know, 66% and 67%, and then they've got 80% of the top 5. And then that, like up until that point. So that is that the top 10. Yeah, of the top 10, they've got 7. They've got 70% of the top 10. That's wild. And then these two are like not even in like a strong team that's sort of pushing them real hard. They're just like completely alone. All alone by themselves. Do 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 do. And then there's these unknown. So if anyone knows where Rosie's from, or hey, hey, hey. I mean, these ones here I shouldn't even necessarily colour. Although, no, but I think it's because all of those ones could be from single ones, so then it's like, do you deserve a colour if it's just you? Because then there's nothing significant about the fact it's just you. But those ones are, like, we know that they're in those clans, and we know that they're the only ones. So with these other ones, 2 of them, I think 2 of them, it's like might have to be in the same clan. We don't know which one, so it's more unknown. It's not like we haven't got a, yeah, it's like double unknown. It's not just like, yeah, we like, but some of them in the same clan, but we don't know which clan or what. Yes, but yo, one of us. Let's go. Let's go. And we got on yesterday as well. I didn't do a graph like that for yesterday, in which I would have been on it. But yeah, Ken was holding the fort, but now 2 of them are just gone. But because of the events, yeah, they think the events is just so silly. They've done it like that. It's just so stuffs it up. Like, because they're all there's gold ones, like, which are taking up literally half the spots, are just there because of that event. And that, you know, and again, like, they've done, obviously, there's nothing wrong with that, like, nothing wrong with them doing that, like, good on them. I would have done the exact same thing if they got the event in that, but it's sort of just, like, this is more the criticism how the devs did it and that, especially if you only have 4 days, because then some people will just get huge spikes on it. It's like, that's silly. It should, I mean, obviously it's never going to be equal, because some people can just gem and they can have high accounts and that, but to, like, have this weird thing which is hugely influential, like, massive, that event thing, which hugely sways it, and it's like, and it's just, like, unlucky. It's like, I don't think they should have that. But yeah, because then it's like, then half of the board is just sort of just there because of that, and Ken will be there because of that as well. And now who knows how many other people? Certainly not our dude. But yeah, if you remove Ken and all them, it's like, wow, our dude's doing pretty flipping well. And you know, Coburg easily could have that as well. Yes. So there's that. And then we'll do the clan one of that. Why didn't we do the clan one of that? Oh, because it's just like, yeah, oh, we can still do the clan one of that. Oh, did I not do that? Because then it would then have... But you sort of don't really need that, do you? Oh, yeah, that's fine. So it doesn't have, like, Excel graphs end up all sorts of... It's not like a standardized, this is an A4 or whatever. It's just all show as to what dimensions it ends up. Man, this is silly. It's silly. This is silly. It's not like they've done way, you know, they've like been playing for way long. It's just, like, yeah, that's just silly. And then if people can see that one and that one, oh yeah. Oh, because I'm using the same color scheme. Yeah, no, that's fine then. The thing is, I haven't, because one of these ones should be in the brown and one should be in the silver. Yes. Let's go. We've got a guy on. And waste the land. I like it how he got on just. Yeah, yeah, that's real cool. It's almost like the reverse, because this guy is got that one. Oh, they're longer names is that way. It's, yeah, in a bit. But yeah, like, we got the end one just, like, he got that one just in, and we got that one just in. And Ken. La 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 la. Okay, and that is Belu. Oh, what? No, not that. That's silly. Vroom. Oh, stop. 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 You serious? No, almost. There we go. Boom. Clans. So you could have done yesterday's one as well. Yeah, I wish there was just like the brown and the silver, but I knew which ones were in it. That's, yeah, I like that those two are on top of each other, because then people can think, oh, okay, those guys, those in there. Yeah. Yeah, because those 5... Yeah, it's like some of those ones have to be in that one, like, surely. But we haven't got any data on that. It's weird with only 16, because not too many. Sort of like you can do one that includes all of them. Although the lines one, not so much. Oh, and this one, no, and it won't just include 16, it will keep expanding. Well, as far as I'm aware, I'm the top YouTuber. I think, no, Red Knight, yeah, Ricky's one was top YouTuber for in highest points for this. Red Knight, his clan was on there for a little bit. It's just sort of sad, because it's like I almost know this game's going to fail and get killed. Assuming it's like one that, it's either global kill type game versus just leave it in this current state. Like, it's a good game, but then it's like, so was Rush Wars, so was Everdale and that, and what happened? They got killed. Halo Pop and Clash Quest, they were decent games as well. Both killed. So it's, yeah, I don't know. Oh, well, we did those things. I don't think there was that much. We need another data. Just one more data point will help immensely. It'll just make it so much better. And that. That's sort of like the first, like with, well, 0, you got 0 data. So it's infinitely better to have 1 data point. And then to have 2 data points in terms of the graph makes it infinitely better than just dots. It doesn't make it infinite, I'm not sure, but like way better in that. And then the next one is like, oh yes, okay, that's a bit better. And then like, once you're up to like 5, then the 6th one is like, oh yeah, it's some nice new data, but it's not like that was critical, we needed it. But when you go from 0 to 1 and 1 to 2, and that absolutely like essential in that to even have a line graph, and then to get to the 3rd one, it's like, okay, that's like way better, because then we can sort of, and this is sort of like, okay, so are they all going to go that trajectory? Like, so in this case, like red will just parallel past, but then you sort of see them slow down or drop off a bit, or it becomes a bit more accurate, a bit more real. Yes, we got there. Actually, we could do the same thing for the it's real annoying that I did the 16 thing, but then and then we can you can see like the percentage. I mean, I could then do percentage graphs of how much the Moose Crew controls the thing, but I just since it's not like an organic, like they're just naturally like they're like all way better. It's because of this other factor. I'm like, I don't really want to highlight like or spend much time or any time highlighting how like incredible they've done, because like it's just like they're just lucky. Oh wait, no, actually, oh bother. Still had a lot of control then, but there was a lot more. See, they only had was it 4? I think so, and most of them were other. This is how monopolies work. It starts with, oh yeah, there's a mix in that, they got a bit, they got 4, okay, they got a quarter of the market, and then there's these 3 independent ones, and then some of these might be working together in that, and it's like, okay, one already controls 50% of the market. The independent ones are still alive, but only just. And they're not really growing, and the amount that are like potential, like unknown, or they could sort of go to, they're sort of dying out, and then next one, it's just all gold. It's like, oh, okay. Whoa, yeah, so you just see like that shift. Those, those two sort of boost, all 3 of them just sort of boosted up a little bit. Then a whole heap of gold ones like came in and knocked off Juso and Hannah and stuff. So there's that, and then Whoa, that's like a huge vroom. Nope, don't do that. And what is this amounts thing? Oh, is this that? This is that. Ah, it amounts. Amounts to what? Okay, there we go. We'll move this here. Yeah, yeah. Remember that the first day when on the XL one, the main one, we had heaps of cool stuff from like the first 2 days, and I'd like, well, yeah, no, because there's the rep point thing, which was really sick to update, and in the achievements, if who had achieved stuff first, and in the clans each day. Yeah, that was real cool. Am I capitalizing? Yeah. Finland. Oh, bring back my Finland to me. Do. Oh wait, no, but then with the color scheme. Oh no, I guess I'm retrospectively using it. Oh, was there no silver? Oh no, because I didn't know those ones. Okay. While I figure out that, we can do the ones that we know. Yeah, Wasteland, always red. Never first, second, or third, but always red. Ah, oh, not this again. No, we're going in. Going in, boys. We'll get them next time. There we go. Okay, and are we silvering? No, we're not, because we're basing it on this. Okay, in that case, Moose is indeed still silver. Denmark is not even on that list. Is Ken, is the question, is Ken blue or is Ken brown? Not brown, blue. Okay, Ken's blue. Because this is more basing on the recent one. But as of the time, if I'd released this yesterday, then it would have been brown, like it is here. We've progressed though. Fourth, yeah, so we stand strong. We've had one member on both times. Both times. Oh, that one, yeah, that was a huge gap. And that was a huge gap. Oh, only just. People are going to be sick of the graphs. Some people love them, and other people that stop posting graphs. Probably make a graph channel for me. Oh, we still didn't even figure out that stuff, and it's hard now. It's even harder because now people have like all these high amounts that, yeah. But this is the main thing. Boom, 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 and then we can use that data down here to make these cool graphs. Yeah, we learnt lots from Excel. Yeah, the third data point will be massive. Okay, I think that's going to do us on that for today. Hey, Lynn, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I'm going to just do a little bit more of the... Man, this went for 3 hours. Wow. I'm seriously not going that much later. Like, I'll be done within an hour. I might be done within 30 minutes. If you're wondering what, I don't know why you question mark, but it could be because marked Clash Mini. But I tried to change them, but most of the time I looked and I think Facebook didn't let me pick a game. Trovo didn't have Rootland. Twitch didn't have Rootland. Another one didn't have Rootland. It's real annoying. Because like I could put it on other, but then there's this game called Others, that's the wrong thing as well. Well, it's not easy to put on, well, I don't know if it's other, yeah, anyway. Like, because I don't know if it's other or others is the category. I would think it would be other, and the others would be the game. But yeah, on with the stream, lots of charts. Hey, Cool Geek, welcome to the stream. 200 run one, let's span you. Oh yeah, I was going to. Oh wow, oh you're in red now. That's kind of cool. Okay, so do that. Oh, that. Boom. So, yeah, there we go. Then we'll play, and that'll be way... There we go, that's better. 3 watching. Okay, no, it wasn't just me. Refresh. This is the video, which is just like not uploaded. Like it uploaded the first stage, and it has this processing thing, but then it's saying storage. So it's like, if I'm out of storage because they charge on storage, I'll be like, well, that's just just done. Oh, what have I uploaded on the 9 account follower thing? Did I not pick? No, I picked SuperSight. I don't know. But yeah, it would just be annoying if it's like then you have to delete videos to free up space or pay more. And then you have to pay recurringly, so it's not really gonna work. I like the meme of the guy that's like low IQ, mid-wit, and then high IQ and that, and the two people just like they like have like this. They both agree on incentive. Everdale, I love this. This is like I love that how they have this like reception. They often have these sort of crowds in that. There's that one, then there's VentureBeat. And, yeah, VentureBeat's a major one. But I love it how it describes it. Like, it's just the most basic description ever. Simple, yet exciting. Like, I love it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just so, like, they're so basic. Like, it's just, like, it's, like, not really even a quote. I mean, it's just, like, it's just 2 words. Well, no, it's 3 words, and that yet then is relevant. You know, it's, like, simple. Exciting. It's just like insanely basic. I don't know. I always found that funny. I don't know exactly why, but it was just like that's like weird. Like such a Interesting is one of the only games that actually has a Wikipedia page. Easily, people could have made them for the other ones. Easily. So for I can't believe that's still unreleased. It's gonna have been over 2 years now, and it was already in development as of that point. So could be 3 years. But yeah, I just edited this to then cancel that out. But yeah, people could easily have made the descriptions for them, but then they might have not said it's Wikipedia might said it's not substantial. I found that Wikipedia is quite tricky. I mean, there's a few alternatives. There's conservativepedia or whatever. And that's got a lot of I thought it would be real outdated, but actually no, it gets updated. And then there's another one that allows you to put a lot more info of all sorts of stuff. Wikipedia is real strict. Like they like denied my request for like the 16K page and then like if you tried to create a page on Rush Wars, they'll probably deny it and say it's not relevant or significant enough. Or yeah, but I feel like I'd rather have a page on Rush Wars that says a little bit than just not have a Rush Wars page, just because you wouldn't have that much. I don't know. I guess that the argument is, well, we want it to be credible, but it's like, well, no, but there was actual articles written of like Pocket Gamer, one of their favorite ones to cite, that you could put. Well, they've only got the live games up, plus Everdale's the one exception, and I don't know why. I mean, yeah, considering all of these ones. But yeah, so that one's still up, but I feel like that one's going to die, and then just look at that. Just look at that. Ever since Brawl Stars, which I'd say I call that 2017, because you could play it since then. That's just like years of just fail. Yeah, it's like 2019, fail. 2020, fail. 2021, fail. 2022, fail. And thus far, well, no, that doesn't count because it's just a weird trial. But yeah, it's just years, and then 2018, nothing, because that was 2017. So it's like, yeah, so nothing, and then fail, 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 fail. And not just like, and then like multiple games that like died, and this one here probably died. So it's like, that's just crazy. Like, it was like, they had 3 fails in that, and then 3 successes, and 2 fails and 2. But yeah, it was 50-50. It was like 50, it's like 3 fails. Yeah, that's an interesting pattern. And 3 successes, 2 fails, 2, and then it's like 1 fail. Oh, no, okay, it's going to be a 2. 2 fails. Oh, okay, we're going to do this pattern again. 3 fails. Oh, okay. We better have like the next 3 succeed, and this one here we'll just exclude it because we don't know. And then like the next one, oh dear, we've got to 4. Okay, this will be a bit. Next 4 all be good in that. It's crazy. And it's like, what the heck? We're at 5 games have all failed, and we still haven't. Like, this is going to be the most insane green pattern. It's like, no, it's not. You're not going to have the next 5 games that are all going to be global. But yeah, it's not. And then the fact that they've now gone into research. They're investing early on. For ages ago. Oh, is there a Wikipedia on that? Oh, I never tried it, which is real sad. It was very sort of exclusive. Oh no, that's just Boom Beach. Oh, spin-off, right? But yeah, no, but then now they're investing in how to play mobile games. No, not mobile games. Like PC games, which is like kind of like I feel like it's a real big insult. Like there's nothing wrong with Supercell investing in that, but it's like a real insult to their whole message for years. Is mobile, mobile, mobile. Although actually that was a browser game. But and then it's just like yeah, nah. Like after this, we're sort of as much as we love that, nah, that vision's gone. We're going to PC now. And they're making the cross compatibility ones, which could work, but then often there's advanced like in bomber grounds and that's tanked anyway. So we got the root land with the update. So there's a lot of like wee updates here and there, but man, that's crazy. 1st of September, so it was almost released in August, that's a long time ago. August 2022. That's actually getting on, but it hasn't changed that much. But then it was almost at the start of January, it was at early 2022 where it first came out. Clash Mini. This year is about moderation stuff, live streaming, the Speedups. Whoa, that's hardly any viewers. That's tiny. That's crazy. 30 viewers after 3 hours. Whoa, that's real low. That's okay. Oh, that rings a bell, that icon. 5. Oh, we're going up. Oh, yep, 4. Oh, that's probably because I stopped. Oh, that looks colourful. Oh, there we go. That will increase to 5, maybe. It's sort of like, it's just such a shame because I just so wanted it to work out with the Supercell games. I'm like, just so, like, I know so much about it and that. I'm just like really invested. I've played like most of them and, I've like covered, I'd actually think I've actually been the biggest coverer of beta games of any YouTuber or streamer whatsoever and that. I'm not, like, I guess it depends on the measurement, like, you could do Total Hour stream, but even Total Hour stream, maybe, because I did Rush Wars for, like, 200 hours or so. Maybe, though, the guy, is it iPsycho? Yeah, maybe he did more Clash Quest, I'm not sure, but in terms of, yeah, like, I honestly think that would be the case, which is then real sad if then I just go my own way and just don't cover anyone. I don't know, I just feel like there's so much value. It's because I value the Supercell games in that. I think it's real cool in that. So then it's just such a shame when you have someone that knows so much about it, just sort of just say, yeah, nah, I'm going, I'm leaving. It's just so much history gone in that because there's like so many connections I have. Like I just went through that list of Rootland people. I know like this person, this person, this person. I know so many people in the community. I did years of covering Heyday and finding a heap of connections. I know the Helsinki 7. I know a couple of the Boom Beach YouTubers. I know various Clash of Clans ones, and then I like and through I've like the beta games because like, well, how many are covering this one? It's just Ricky, Clash with Style, and I. That's hardly anyone. And then Everdale, it was basically us 3. It depends what you count as covered. I'd say if you just do 1 or 2 videos, it doesn't really count as covering it. I'm glad that Galadon did like 2 or 3 videos on that. OJ did a few as well. I'd say, yeah, OJ did yeah, I don't know, if you just do 1, like a lot of people did 1 with Rush Wars, but yeah, I think I covered Rush Wars the most, and I covered Everdale the most, and I have covered Rootland. Oh no, but I don't know if Rootland's actually a Supercell game. Yeah, but yeah. So and Heyday Pop, I didn't cover heaps. I did do a 12-hour stream on it though, so I would have covered it more than most people in that. But I don't know how many people covered it after me, but there was not many people when I was there. There's very few people covering it. I think Ricky did, but there was very few people covering that one. And Clash Quest, there was also very few people covering it. I didn't do it. iPsycho covered it more than me. Pretty, like, 90% sure. I still did quite a few streams on it, though. And then Clash Mini, in that first week, I did heaps in that. And it still has interest, so obviously some people are still covering it, like Taz. But, yeah, but then, most of them are just single, like, Taz doesn't then cover Everdale and that, and then iPsycho doesn't cover Rootland and Everdale. Or did he cover Everdale? I don't know. I'm not sure. But honestly, I do think that there's a... I don't know, I can't prove it, but I do think that I've covered Supercell, it depends, yeah, what measure you use, but I think that I've sort of covered Supercell beta games since Rush Wars, covered them more than any other Supercell YouTuber that I'm aware of in that, because a lot of them, I've covered them the most out of anyone, so yeah, which is crazy. Shardlight, welcome to the stream, we are back. I'm not going to stream for too much longer, but yeah, so it's sort of crazy and sort of a shame to sort of, like, I don't know, it's... it's because I sort of value the whole thing in that, not just I, but like, but it's like how much is that the value worth in that? Like Galadon, you know, he's immense history in that because of the length that he's covered it for. Like he was in that first like 2014 meeting with Supercell, with Clash, with Chief Pat and all that. Like they have a huge amount of knowledge, and I don't know. I guess I value it more. Not like as in not I, but as in like I value like people knowing that, like Galadon knowing that, Molten knowing that stuff, more than most people would. They'd be like, oh, well, you know, like, you know, it's sort of like a job. Or you're replaceable. We can get someone new, and you can. But I think that I place immense value on people that are real familiar and has a big history in it, and that, like Galadon, like iPsycho, like Molt, like and like Nick at Night, like Godson, like myself, and that. And I haven't got as long a history. I only started in 2017, but even then, I'd been following Galadon since 2015 and that, and playing Clash of Clans, playing Heyday, I think, since 2012, and in Clash of Clans from 2012 or 2013. So I still then played it in that time. So it's like, I don't know, like it seems like such a shame to just sort of like lose all that. Like I don't know, like, because, you know, there's so many things more valuable and important in life than this and that. But then since streaming and YouTubing for a job of games is a thing, it's like, it'd just work out so well if I ended up doing Supercell stuff, because I'm just know so much about it in that. I'm just like so familiar, got so many connections in that. And, you know, and I care so much about it, and I'm so strongly minded about, remember this, remember that, and this game, that game, and I don't know, it's just, yeah, it would just be such a shame. But I mean, and this is not exclusive to me at all. I'm saying multiple people have this, and it's like a real shame if Galadon stopped doing it. It's like, whoa, you've just lost a huge hero and that. But like, even with the Heyday thing, I always thought it was not good that the people that Heyday YouTubers and that, prior to sort of like 20, sort of like pinnacled or peaked or assimilated or came together in between like 2015 and 2017 with the YouTubers, with 2019 being like whoa, we're going to Finland. That was epic, and sort of like it was like a snapshot of who were the Heyday YouTubers in that sort of thing, and it was just, that was a cool moment. But, you know, but before that, you know, like Ricky wasn't the first. He was Heyday YouTubers before him, but then did it and then ultimately quit, and then some others, and then they quit, and then even now, like, you know, what's his name, Silas has come, and now he's gone, and then I've come, and then I've gone, and you know, of from Heyday and that. And I think that's very damaging. I don't think it's a good, like, if you seriously care about like the Heyday YouTube community, and you really want to genuinely sustain that, you can't afford to have creators quitting. You just can't. That's just not on. And that, like, people are like, oh, this guy covers it, and he's stopped covering it. You know, you don't want it. You know, but then I can understand. You know, then it's like, well, then how do they change it? Because it often comes back to the finances and that. And it's unfinancially viable to keep covering it. And I'm not suggesting that Supercell pay us. That would not really work. Well, I mean, because then they'd have to, all the tax would mess in that, and then it's not it's not in their financial interest to do that, because they wouldn't get the money back worth in the game in most cases in that. And then who would they pay? What's the threshold before they start paying? So yeah, I'm not suggesting that, but what I am and have always suggested is that they make the game more reason to. This is what I said for Heyday for years, that I really wanted it so it was more competitive in that. So, like, as an optional thing, you don't have to. And this so annoyed me, the people that were so anti-competition. It's like, you don't have to join in the competitions. Just play it normally. Forget about the leaderboard. You know, it's just because it's like with Clash Clans, it worked and became to a financially sustainable point for Galadon and that, and many others. Although now it's gone down a bit since its peak for sure. But, you know, and if Heyday then had far more like, competition, then people searched up, how do I beat this person? And I'm like, I can do videos on that. I can do regular videos on that. I can do strategy videos on that. And then those videos get way more views, and then you're like, okay, I'm actually getting a decent income for covering Heyday and that, because there's stuff that people actually want to search up. But if there's nothing that people really care about and that in Heyday, other than sort of like a basic few tips and that, then it's like, then there's no sort of, it's not sustainable for us to keep covering it, because there's no sustainable stuff for us to be covering and suggesting that. So yeah, and so then that's, my throat is done. Yeah, so I don't know, it's just a shame, because it's like, I love this Supercell stuff a lot, you know, I'm familiar with these games, and it's just, it'll be a real shame, you know, for myself to quit, or that Silas quit, or that Galadon or any others, you know, multiple like Galadon and Molten that have all had. Well, no, Galadon hasn't had a break, but some of them have had big breaks. As the interest in the game is going down so much, but it's a real shame because it's like, I like know it so well and I so want to cover it, and it's like. And I was so hoping, I'm not going to go into the big spiel like an hour like I've done in the past, but I was so hoping Rush was going to be the game. Like, I really enjoyed it. I was really good at it, and it would just been the perfect peak pivot from covering Hate and that, which you know I did and I was still doing and wouldn't have stopped doing in that, to like, okay, we're doing a heap of Rush Wars content now. This year, as this game's taking off, oh look, we just passed 100,000 subscribers and we're regularly streaming it and people are coming back for the strategy, and that would have just been the perfect pivot. So I'd be like strong and like really increase my stance or strength or financial stability in covering in the Supercell community and that and covering it, and it would be like a global game and people would love it, and I will have been there from day one covering it, and I can talk all about Heyday, talk all about Clash of Clans, and I've played Boom Beach, I've played all the Supercell games that are currently out, and you know, and it would just been the perfect pivot. So when Rush Wars died, I was so gutted because that was so the chance, and I was so gutted after that. I almost was like, well, then I turned it into thinking like, I highly recommend against people doing YouTube in that. Yeah, because you know, it's just not, as the chances are so low. I already knew the chances were low, based on a study I read that showed it's like under 10%. Well, it's like 10% for news and politics, and for like gaming, it's like 5% chance that you'll succeed getting to the top 4%. But it just keeps decreasing, and that was way back in 2016. That's literally 6 years ago now. So yeah, but then I tried with the Head Pop, that died. Then I tried with. And then I got banned, which then completely wrecked it, and then Clash Quest came out. I didn't cover it straight away, but I did. I was unbanned when it came out, but I was like sort of so over it. But anyway, that's dead now. So yeah, it's tricky. And then, you know, then Everdell came out. I loved that one. That was another cool one. But I didn't think, as much as I loved that one, like I loved Rush Wars, I didn't think that one was going to, like, if it went global, I didn't think it was going to be, like, a huge amount of interest in, like, well, what strategy, you know? Simple yet exciting. Well, simple, people don't need any help with simple. So, yeah. And then here we are with Rootland, which I'm thinking maybe it's a undercover Supercell one in that, because one of the ex-Supercell people was working on it in that, but I don't know. But yeah, who knows? And then if this one does, we'll be like, oh, bother. So I'm waiting for the Shipyard Games one to come out. That will be exciting. But yeah, who knows what will happen with Clash Heroes or Smash, whatever the new game is. Smash Busters, Bust Smashers, I'm not sure what it is. And then Squad Busters. And then you know, if there's other Supercell games that are in the works, which I'm sure there would be, because Elka Panam did a post in that saying like there was lots on, like there was like 9 that they're working on. That was a few months ago, which is heaps. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Because yeah, the Beijing studio, which is responsible for the Clash Mini, Clash Quest, and Clash Heroes, like it's not working out well for them with Clash Quest dying. If Clash Mini dies and Clash Heroes isn't even released, well, it's not looking good. So yeah, it's like it's just like it's an area that I actually really like and really care about and really have a lot of connections in and a lot of experience in. I'm like a beta fanatic. That was not even my goal. I didn't want to be a beta fanatic. I want to be a global star in terms of being on those leaderboards and covering Supercell games. But sadly, that just did not work out because all the games died in beta. So it's real, yeah. So here we are, like having covered so many beta games. Like, oh, I'm so over beta. But anyway, beta. Yeah, anyway, that's the situation we're in. So we'll see. We'll see. I think the chances of me turning out to be a gaming YouTuber are very slim. In 2019, I would have said, oh man, it's like, I don't know what I would have said. I would have said maybe like 51%. But now I'd put it like 10% or less. Because, I mean, this game I don't think is going to go, as much as I like it, I think it's going to, like, just like as much as I love Everdell, it's just, I think it's not going to go anywhere in that. Even if it goes global, I don't think it'll have much YouTube interest in that. And then it's like, okay, well, what Supercell got left in that to sort of cut? And I don't think I heard great feedback about Squad Busters. Yeah, I don't think it was that great feedback I heard. I didn't hear much feedback, but from what I heard. And then so, like, what's there left to sort of cover in that? You know, and I mean, you could say, oh, do a different one to Supercell. It's like, well, yeah, true, but a lot of, like, I'm not into first-person shooter games and that. Not really. Although Ravenfield, I have played Ravenfield before. But But yeah, so yeah, it's like yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's like I just know there's so many people in the Supercell community. It's just such a shame to like then just be like in that because it's just like it's just a shame. But that's life, you know. That's you know how finances and life can work or not work out. Okay, there we go. Woke up to a live stream. I haven't been here long. Ricky does them all, but pretty. Yeah, good on him. Good on him. At least, yeah, I think good on him for that. It's cool seeing the Supercell YouTubers react. We have to go to the YouTube to see the things. There we go. That's a lot of emotes. In red. Thank you, Shard and Lind, for being members of the channel. So, what I'll do is I'll do a little bit more Everdell, and then, yeah, definitely ready to finish the stream. That's crazy. So many games. It's like covered that one, covered that one, covered that one, covered that one, covered that one. Yeah, crazy, crazy. That's a long time ago. It's just yeah, things just never. Well, not never, but sometimes just often don't work out how you hoped or wanted. Okay, so we'll get up zero to land. Rotolandia. Did I exit that? 360 mirror. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Just collect a little more Everdell. I guess you meant Rootland. Probably I've already forgotten what I said. Whoa, that's a lot of... What do you got there? A smoothie. Okay, 4 gold cap for 800. That's crazy. That's a real good deal. That's real. That's like doubling it. There's a few like real gems of deals in there. It should be a big one. Where sus. Oh, it's all these like 11s in that. It's kind of a pain.
Yeah.
It's weird when you think about how the sounds are created. You're like, what is... You sort of... It's weird how you just, like, accept the sounds, even though it's like, wait, what? Why does it sound like that? You sort of like, oh, yeah, no, it would sound like that. It's like, I don't think it would.
Yep.
Yeah, yes, not really. It's okay. We know. I always think, oh, well, if she's done, then I can respawn a few more, but then I'm, like, never on to do that. It's just so frustrating knowing this game's probably... You know, I don't know that, but I'm just suspecting that. Whoa, wait, what? This is silly, all these... Oh, wow, we're like... It was so close to getting up there. Yeah, all these ones just firing past us. Yeah, we get 5 more. One, 2. Oh. Oh, did they just get some more? I think they did. Whoa, we're at 197, man. We're actually doing real well. Because like today I was driving. I was taking someone for a drive. So, yeah, I didn't end up playing that much, but taking them to pick up a car. But, yeah, if I'd been playing all day today, then I'd be even further. But it doesn't, it's a lot, well, no, it says as long as I'm on the leaderboard, I'm not on the leaderboard. The clan is the, oh, there we go! Someone else in the team must have done it. That's cool, so we're literally first global, excluding the ones that got events. I can't prove the island state, no, but it has to, because Bella and Kristen, they both, are they even 54, wait. Oh, no, are they in the same team? I think they are, 50... Yeah, no, those two. Bella and Kristen must have got this. It'd be interesting if game, like, you know, when you start a new Rootland clan, if it's always a certain event first. I know it's the basic grass one, actually. And I don't think rabbits count. But yeah, no, if you exclude the ones, they have to have got events. We have first global. First global our clan. That's insane. That's impressive as. It's not like I've done like a, you know, 12-hour stream in that. I mean, I did like a 4-hour video in that, although some of that was XL. But yeah, that's awesome. That's so awesome that we haven't got any members on there. But on, you know, myself and Mana would both be very close to being on there. But yeah, we're first global, excluding 2 that got events that just boost them way ahead, which is completely out of our control. So that's crazy. I'm amazed that we've done that well, considering all the other top clans here. The thing is, we haven't got a sample of how well would Moose Woods have done without the event, because they could have still done really well and still done better than us in that. We can't prove that either way. But then there's all the other ones that are like over 100 and over 150 stars. Like, they haven't done well at all. So although Moose Woods has got a lot of active members on the Discord, so they would be like a real strong clan. But yeah, like the second one, the second top clan for the stars in the game that they've compiled with that list, they're not even listed. They're not even in the top ones in that. So it's also possible that we would be first global if it wasn't for those things. Yeah, we're smashing it. Yeah, the top 2. Yeah, the top 3 clans have contributed 10% of the entirety of all of the points. That's crazy. That's huge. Over 10%. It's, yeah, and it would be like less than, oh no, actually it could be only 300 clans in Rootland, to be fair. It's, you know, it's like the, you know, like the tax structure and that, like the top 1% are like, they are carrying the finance, you know, the paying the tax and that. Like the top 1, like, well, we might be less than 1% is contributing over 10% of the entire stuff, which is huge. And sometimes in Heyday, I noticed it got even more. Whoa, he's got a big long thing. It got even more crazy where like the top few. Yeah, for boat points, like the top tiny percent had like almost all the boat points in that. Although in that, well, it's only because of this psychological thing of we're contributing to this team event. Like in the boat thing, you could have like this global boat thing in Heyday and be like, wow, the top guy's such a nice guy because he, yeah, it's weird if you think about it. Because like if you removed this, it'd just be a normal leaderboard in that. But if you suddenly add this thing like, oh look, we're all doing this teamwork thing together to complete this goal. Suddenly it's like, oh, you know, you're so nice to be helping out. But it's like, well, it's just like people just competing to be on the leaderboard. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's sort of, because, yeah, like, who knows, there's probably someone that'll be like, I'm contributing to just so I can help people, but then it's like, but then you could do so much more. You spend, like, hours, like, tens of hours playing this game to really help. So it's like, no, it's not really about that. I don't think most people are doing it just so they're like, well, you know, they don't care about the reward, they don't care about the leaderboard. The only reason they're doing it is to help other people reach the global target and that. It's just like this effort to sort of like make people feel like you're all part of this team and that. I think. Well, I'm fine. I've got zero issue with it in that, but I'm just saying that the real reason why I'm competing is for the leaderboard, not because of that. ESG, ECG. Maybe it's ESG. Yeah, like the scores and that. I think that. Yeah, I think it's more the companies are like, hey, look, we want to look good on the score, versus the naturally doing it. Because otherwise they wouldn't need a score; they'd just do it. But yeah, I love that they've added the leaderboards in. Chrome keeps lagging a bit. Oh, that's annoying. Top 8 spent that. That's crazy. But that's that. But then I honestly take the stance that no, actually, because yeah, I take the stance that like, if they want to spend their money like that, that's fine. Like, because people like, if they look at it like that, they're like, oh, so wasteful, so wasteful. It's like, well, what about people that buy a $200,000 car? Is that wasteful? You know, it's like, you know, if you spend like, yeah, like 20,000 on, well, even 10,000 on a Heyday, for example, or you know, and that, you know, or you spend 200,000 on a car. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, and you could say, well, the car employs people. Well, so does the thing employs Supercell employees. So, and with small amounts in that, I compare it to, for example, some people would spend $20 to go to a movie, and they're like, wow, that was so worth it in that. And then I would say that it's fair if you want to spend, if you get more than, if you'd rather spend the $20 on the game and then get the enjoyment from that. Although you could argue that you should be socializing, and movies are worth, but you know, if you would either go to a movie alone or spend $20 and like, it's like makes you really happy playing Heyday in that, then I'd say, well, then that's a legitimate alternative to spending it on a movie. That's how I see it. That's how I see it. I might be wrong, but that's how as of now, as of this time, and how I've said in the past, that's how I see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's funny how the other leaderboard, it's like, yeah, it's just this thing that then it's like, oh, look, it's this teamwork thing. But it's like, well, all you know, Rushfuls could add that, Heyday could add that. You could just have a leaderboard, or it's just, I think that maybe they're just doing it to appease people that are like, they're sort of saying like, oh, no, it's a team thing, you know, it's not competitive, it's a team thing in that. But I mean, psychologically, they have to know that, like, it's somewhat competitive to add, well, it is competitive to add the leaderboards in there. I mean, you could just, no one could care about it, so it's arguably not competitive, but obviously there's going to be some people in your game that are going to care about it. If it's insignificant, then you wouldn't need it in that. But they're all down the road, like 244, 244, 244. Just like that narrow competitive thing. But yeah, but then it's sort of like, it's like this year, it's like appeasing, well, it's not, yeah, appeasing competitive players, appeasing anti-competitive players. Well, but then I wouldn't even say it's, yeah, appeasing for the competitive thing. It's like having it. I don't know, like, I feel like, yeah, but then conversely, I don't care that they added that other thing. That, you know, like, some people were actively unhappy that leaderboards were added in that. But even though it's like, psychologically, just don't look at them. If they're that bad, just don't look at them. And that. But this thing here, it's like, well, I don't care that that's there. Like, that's fine. If you have the spinning globe thing and frame it to players that it's this teamwork thing and that, you know, it's like, if they want to think about it like that, sure. I don't think about it like that. Like, obviously our points will contribute to this thing with this bad reward, but I have no issue with that. It's just like, it looks kind of cool actually spinning around, but yeah, I like a sort of, yeah, but it's the difference, because like, I'm fine if they add that thing, and it just like doesn't phase me either way. But some people like really don't like the fact that leaderboards are added. They're like, oh, it just makes it so stressful, and it just totally goes against like the whole game that's supposed to be. It's like, just don't look at the leaderboards. I don't know.
Yeah. Ah.
You spend about $100 a year, Hades on diamonds, but now not. It's a lot and it's not a lot. Like, as like a percentage of one's annual or lifetime income. Well, like annual, it's like $100 is a small Like, be less than 1%. Probably. For most people, it'll be less than 1%. But then at the same time, $100 is, you know, they can get you a lot of stuff, like not a lot of blueberries. Not a lot of blueberries. Yeah, I mentioned, yeah, the shop that sells blueberries on special for $40 a kg. I'm like, special inflation. And funnily enough, I'm not sure exactly the timing of it, but I think the next day, from when I tweeted that, they then put the blueberries on special for $3. It's like, they must have seen my tweet. No, it had nothing to do with my tweet. And it was possible that they actually said that before, because I hadn't checked my emails yesterday. I'm not sure exactly the timing, but that would be funny if it is the day after I tweeted that then the blueberries went on special. But $3 actually, I should go and get some actually. $3. It's just still not that cheap. It's still not that cheap. Like, it's still $24 a kg. Yeah, which is that's not cheap. $24 a kg. But for blueberries, it's sort of, yeah, the default. I remember I used to this place out in Wood End. $16. Oh, it was 16 or 18. It was $18 a kg, $18, and that's I consider $18 a kg for blueberries cheap, and that, and now they've gone up. Yeah, now they've gone up and cost more, but yeah. It's actually cool, the sound effects, how they sort of like increase a little bit each time. Yeah, once we've collected our resources, then we'll put them onto long tasks, and that will be that. I know folks have spent tons going to sporting events, movies, and fine restaurants. Used to spend more for the same diamonds. But after you put a video on how to pay the least for diamonds, I say to give back, you save me money. I love to hear that. I love that. I love that a lot. That's like makes me happy, like really happy. And the thing is, if more people, yeah, if more people did that, yeah, I guess then the companies might respond by, well, if it, yeah, and for a virtual currency, then it's sort of a bit hard. But in the real market, people would respond. Like, there's this, we got this like duopoly problem, and problem, quote unquote problem in New Zealand, and that. I'm about to get into the whole topic for that, and it's sort of like, and people are just so unhappy that like it's come to this, and that there's these two big supermarket chains that have most of the market, and that is Woolworths / Countdown, and then there's Foodstuff / Pack and Save / Foursquare, and that. And people are like really unhappy and really wanting the government to intervene and break them up or whatnot. And I'm just like, no, like, just don't buy from them. Like, and it's not like there's other, well, obviously in some cases there's some exceptions, like if you're in a small town like Hamder Springs and there's just one supermarket there, then you're limited. Not, but even there, Funky Pumpkin delivers all the way to there for only $10, which if you're buying like a $200 order, it's actually a pretty small percentage of your order. Yeah, but yeah, so but a lot of people, like I'd say most people, well, a fifth of New Zealand lives in Auckland, that has options. There are these other, like these little fruit stalls and fruit and veg shops and butcheries around and that are comparable in price and that. Like the fruit and veg shops, like some of them are the same price or cheaper than the supermarkets. And it's just people are not willing to go to these places. And then it's like these supermarkets just claim like all the market share. And then people are like, this is not cool, this is not acceptable, government needs to step. It's like, break it up and all this like crazy stuff. It's like, just stop buying from them. Like, if overnight people are like, you know what, and not only that, but even like, for example, like, well, they've done these tests and that, and people like try all these different sauces and that, and like the budget one, like sauces or jams and that, and the budget, blind taste tests and that, they'll rank the budget ones like just as high as the ones that are like these pristine brands or whatnot. and that, but like the fact that there's like all these pristine brands and that, like, or just like much more expensive varieties of the same stuff. It's like, what, like, if everyone's like, hey, look, no, we're not going for that, we're gonna go for the one that's like good value in that, then all of a sudden supermarkets will be like, oh, no one's buying any of our like ultra excessive profit, like products and that. They're just like taste basically the same, but like we're just charging way more for them. We better start selling, and then their focus would be on, oh, how can we get the price, how can we, like that starts, the sections, the selection would start being like, oh, like real cheap good options. That if people were buying based on value in that, supermarkets would respond accordingly. But so many people are just like, well, no, I want my sauce that's this much more expensive than that. And it's like, well, then that's you're going to pay the price for that. And, that's what you're going to have on offer in that. And it's going to be expensive in that. And all this duopoly, it's like, yeah, like, and so I think it's awesome, these third-party ones in that. And I think it's great to support them in that. And I do. And that's where I don't go to those duopoly ones anymore in that. And again, is of course that I can understand why some people do in that. Like some people have like no options in that. It's very hard in that to get other stuff. Or they might be in an area where there's no small fruit shops for ages in that, or the fruit shop that's near them is way more expensive than the supermarket. So yeah, it's like there's I can get, but there's so many of us that actually do have the option in that. If we value it enough, if we care about it enough, to go to a different one in that. And I do care about it enough, and that's and I don't go to those ones in that. Same with there's the broadband market, but like the mobile phone market. We've got 3 providers in that. We've got 2 Degrees, we've got Vodafone, and we've got Spark. And Spark has 40% market share. Vodafone has 40% market share, and that's just 2 of them have like basically all the market share. And then 2 Degrees has 19% market share. And then there's these little things called VHOs, which are based off the networks and that, so closely tied to it. So then there's like one called Kogan, and then there's might be Chorus, and a few other one called Warehouse Mobile and that. So what I've then picked as a result is I've picked one that is on the smallest network. So it's like I'm like, okay, well I don't like Vodafone or 2 Degrees in that. And if big companies in that were providing genuinely good cheap service, then I don't see why that's wrong to keep supporting them. It's like, well, that's fine. But what often happens is as companies get so big, then the quality of their things decline because they're more of a monopoly in that. So in general in that, then there's a strong correlation between big companies and bad quality service in that. Well, yeah, I don't know, because then you say Apple has really good products in that, which they do, like, yeah, sort of in that, but then they're extremely expensive. But yeah, well, yeah, pretty expensive in that. So, but yeah, so then I'm like, okay, well, I don't support Spark and I don't support Vodafone in that, so I'll go with 2 Degrees in that. And then not only will I go with 2 Degrees, I'll go with one of the small little virtual like things based off the network. So I was like really small guy in there, which is the same price. It's actually the same price, or about the same price in that. So if your options like the fruit shop is much more expensive, or even a bit more expensive than that, then it becomes true. But like currently in the New Zealand market, at least, these other options aren't more expensive. It's just a matter of a willingness and like assuming you're in the area of them. It's just a matter of willing to value it enough and choose and say, hey, no, actually, I don't want to have these 2 duopoly things just dominate the market and that. I want to have these other options. Use the other options while you got them and that. And then if enough people do that, then these duopolies will be like, oh, well, this isn't working in that. And then they'll be forced to provide better service and cheaper priced foods in that, which is exactly what you want. But it's people's unwillingness to, because they have the free market, they can choose, they keep these, they prop up and allow these ones to exist in that. Like, businesses exist by the consent of the people, by the will of people, consent of the governed, and the government exists in the US as it's termed, and that. But I find it just crazy that people are like it. Like, they're like, oh, well, with democracy and that, it's like, well, no, I'm so smart, I'm so intelligent, people in our society is so smart, we should be allowed to elect the most powerful person in the nation in that. But picking apples, no, we're too stupid. We need someone else to decide that for us in that. picking where to buy the apples. Like that because that's to me what it seems like. It's like, okay, so like you think that you're smart enough to pick the most powerful person in the world, in that you're smart enough to make that decision. But when it comes to like where you buy your apples and that's too hard. You need someone else to do that for you, to intervene in that. To me, that's what it seems like. It's like, this one's way less significant, like where you buy your apples and that, and thus like which businesses will survive that sell apples and that. But it's like, no, this is no, we need. It's like, yeah, society is just not making good decisions on that, and yet you expect them to make the great decisions on who the most powerful leader is. I don't know. It just gets to me. It just annoys me because it's like, we have so much freedom in the free market. We need to use that. We need to utilize that. Now, obviously, is like, there's always more that you can do in that, but like, there's just little steps in that it's, yeah, I don't know. It's like, if that's something you seriously value in that, then you can help make that happen in that, and so I try to in that. Like, I go with the smallest, the company with the smallest market share for the mobile phones, and I go to fruit and veg stalls that aren't part of that massive duopoly that has the thing in that. So I like things like that. Then and if enough people do that, if everyone did that, those duopolies would go bankrupt overnight, and you'd see all these little small ones spring up in that. But people don't value it enough in that, and they're just sort of like, well, no, I don't want to have to, I don't want to go to a different shop in there. I just want the government to like financially force this person to sell it. It's like, what? I don't know. It annoys me. Anyway, but anyway, we're coming back to the point of the. You said, yeah, I'm so happy that, yeah, and so then, like, if people did that, you probably wouldn't then see the pricing tiers, like the bad value deals at the bottom and that, because if everyone just paid for the good value ones, then companies wouldn't try and like get as much money as they can out of people by doing the small gem deals for like bad value in that. Like, that's like, what is that? 20 cents per 10 gems, and then that one, that's almost 1 for 1. So it's like, yeah, almost, yeah, so it's way better value than that. And so if people did that, they wouldn't have bunch of gems as an option, or it would well, yeah, it just, or they'd just have it like at the same value, or basically the same value in that. And also like the market of, for example, the market of how much they sell seconds at Cookie Time for, and that, like, Cookie Time sells these things called broken biscuits. Haven't gone and got them in years. I don't know if I ever bought some myself. It was mainly my mum that got them. But like, the market of that is determined by how many people are willing to sort of accept slightly lower quality in that for the biscuits and that. And if, for example, same, yeah, and like second-hand sort of goods are a little bit damaged or blemished in that. And so if, for example, if people are like, oh no, if I don't have blemishes at all, no, absolutely not, then the price just tanks if enough people do that. And then the few people that are okay with a cracked biscuit are like, sweet, I get like super cheap deals for these biscuits and that. But then if most people are like, actually no, I'm fine if it's got a little break and I can save some money in that, then that pushes up the market to like, so the difference is, well, it can become nothing if people were like, if like they could save a cent, they would, to get it if it's broken, because they don't care about that. But the difference of that is like how much people care about whether the biscuit's broken. The price of non-broken biscuits and broken biscuits.
Ja.
Ja.
Ja. Mhm.
Aha. Jo, jo.
Mhm.
And then the price of groceries and that going up heaps, and that's sort of like, well, it's a related but separate issue, and that in terms of inflation has been a massive problem. In New Zealand, we've printed off so much money, so much money and that, and so we're billions extra in debt than we were a few years ago. But then stuff like that is pushed it up, and the costs have just kept going up and up and up, and that, which then that's then like a it's beyond the duopoly problem.
Ja. Ja. Mhm.
Eggs in New Zealand are currently $1 each. Well, at some places. At the place I went, I don't eat many eggs, but yeah, there was a regulation that was passed a law passed 10 years ago or whatever, that it would come in 10 years later, and that, and it finally came in, and then suddenly like that, then I think it was, so maybe cage eggs were banned, and so then the supply, there was just like way less supply, because all these people that had just been printing them, getting these, you know, getting the hens to lay eggs till this day, then just suddenly shut down overnight because the costs of upgrading were so much. So then the egg supply just tanked. There we go. We've pretty clearly cleaned out the resources. Cool beans. Well, yeah, we gotta, yeah, do that one. Funky loves to have odd pay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's good. Yeah, and that, like, Hamner is like an hour and a half's drive, and for just $10, they'll then deliver. You know, and if once a week you order $200 worth of groceries, then that's like, and it's good selection as well. So I think it's real good value, considering you're living, given the fact that you've chosen to live in a remote place. And yeah, oh yeah, there's a guy today, and he fills up his car with fuel twice a week and just puts 20, because he remarked, like, he was like, you're like, it's so full, and that, like, the car's full of fuel. It's like, I'm just thinking, well, yeah, like, it is every so often when you fill up, you know. And he said he fills up, he puts 20, and he's like, how much does it cost to fill up? I said $100 in that. And he's like, oh really, you just put it all in like that, and he goes and fills up twice for $25 each time. I'm like, well, why not just go fill up once and put $50 in? He's like, oh, I'd just do it twice. I don't know, I don't understand, because, you know, I was like, well, wouldn't it cost you more fuel to, like, drive to the fuel station twice to fill up? Plus, I've heard that if you're running on lower fuel, then it I don't know the economics of it, like how much though, but like if you for example are running on a low tank, it burns fuel faster, and that. Well, there's a few relatives I've had repeating that to me, like, now it's like, dude, like, you've been buying fuel for decades, like, and you've never mentioned that ever before, and there's like obviously like tips that some expert put out and whatnot, and now they're like, oh, it's like, well, if it was that substantial, you think we'd hear a bit more about it, and then how come we haven't done it for years? But anyway, oh, there was that guy there. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, I don't know why the guy fills up twice and just puts $25, and then, you know, twice a week. I've only filled up like maybe 4 or 5 times since about August or September 2022. And I don't know, and I feel like I drive a bit, like not heaps and heaps, but I drive a reasonable amount, and I don't seem to need to fill it up heaps and that, but it seems to, yeah. But yeah, like, I don't know, twice a week, yeah, I don't know, it just would be so many trips to the fuel station. Mobile phone services are similar. and rumble.com. So good. Google's a monopoly, YouTube's a monopoly. Not just a duopoly, a monopoly. With things like day-old bread shops, which are great if you live near them. Most people still got the big stuff. It's good that, yeah, they're having those things. If you're willing to sort of get some stuff. Like, I used to get, in 2020, I think I did a video once, like, I went on the shop, look what I got. I think it's sort of changed a little bit. Because, well, from that shop, it was from a supermarket and that. I sort of, when did I start going to, maybe, yeah, 2022, I think. I started going to the, well, yeah. Oh, no, but even way back then, I still sometimes went to, like, the, well, no, yeah, I've gone to third-party ones for, yeah, for quite a while. I think since 2021, I'd sometimes go there. But yeah, it's mainly getting from the big supermarkets until, yeah, like all of, I haven't, yeah, since for about, yeah, about a year, I've gone to the third-party ones and that. Because I've decided, actually, that's something I value, and that's something important, and I'm not a fan of those other duopoly ones for various reasons. I learned egg substitutes and use applesauce and cookies instead. Interesting. That sounds tasty. Applesauce.
Yeah.
28. Oh, we can do that. Yeah, we're gonna have to do him. Okay, and whoa, 60 of them. Yeah, it makes you like want to hold on to stuff in case like a stellar deal like that other dude got. Okay, so she's off, and oh, I could. Oh no, we'll just do it like this because a few of them there. Boom. It's mainly these ones though, rather than the red ones. Fishing. Whoa, we need. Yeah, man, we're just like so low on resources since that update. Not because that update changed the fact, it's just I'm trying hard to get. I'm gonna put it on for like an hour. Then I'll often take more than an hour to come back to it. And how many of them do we have? 32. Okay, that's still quite a few. Because how many of them are there? Not many. Oh, sort of not really enough either. 15. If I came back on half an hour, then I probably won't. So I think we'll go for stock up on these a little bit. Sounds good. Cool. And there's no dandelions. That's annoying. I haven't had that one before. Okay. Yeah. We are third global. First global, if you exclude the ones that almost certain... Well, they had to get event, Bella and Kristen. There's no way they went from not even on the leaderboard, like, 6 hours ago to, like, first and second. That's ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. Anyway, that's okay. There's nothing. They've done nothing wrong. It's just how the game devs have designed that. But yeah, I'm really happy that they have that cool thing. I might get this animal, actually, because it's a small one, which will boost me as well. I'm doing that. But yeah, that's that. Boom, boom. Oh, we're up to 200 now. Man, we're not that far off being on the leaderboard, but people keep going up. But yeah, we'll get our next data point tomorrow, which will be fun. Yeah, it's been a good stream. Quite on Trovo. Yeah, I mean, it's great, because at one point, that was like our biggest one, or second biggest with YouTube. Like, we had heaps on Trovo. That was when I was doing Brawl Stars, back in 2020. But yeah, and I was one of the first, it's crazy. I just absolutely crashed on Trovo. And I was gonna have the thing where yeah, as I've mentioned many times before, where I met the threshold, not just to get the $600 US, but to meet the silver criteria. This is bronze, silver, gold. So, but yeah, and they didn't even let me in the bronze category in that, but I was so gutted because I spent 1,000 New Zealand dollars on advertising to then get a heap of people watching my channel that have never even heard of Trovo, so it's helping Trovo get a whole heap of new people in that. Most of them wouldn't stay in that, but But then a lot of people that were streaming, like, from they're mainly on YouTube and just sort of had a Trovo account and encouraged their viewers to watch on that. So there's no guarantee that'd stay either. But I don't know how well Trovo's worked out. I don't think it's been that great. But yeah, and so I'd like spent $1,000 on the basis that I'd then meet the criteria and get the $600 back. So I'd have neutralized my expense. And I met it, but then they just said, "Oh no, we're not gonna allow you in silver or bronze." And yeah, you're not getting the money, despite the fact that you met the criteria. They did have the reserved right to say no, but they never said that you couldn't do that. Or yeah, so I was so gutted in that, and then I was like really over Trovo. That not that I didn't stop streaming on Trovo, but then I was like, I'm not promoting, like I'm not actively going to really push Trovo anymore at all because I've got, well, yeah. So that was, yeah, it was real sad. Anyway, so yeah, we've done a solid effort on the leaderboard. Good work, SuperSightLIVE team. We've done incredible. We're doing incredible. It's really awesome. It's real fun. Wastelands dude, still killing it. Wasteland guy and Ken with his, because he's above that one, isn't he? So with no worries. I feel like tomorrow they'll have fallen off because they're sort of not that far safely on there. Maybe not though. We'll see. Especially if they had an event and Ken will be done if he's the only guy and it was based on an event and now his high will be just done. Anyway, thank you to everyone that was part of the stream. Yeah, so thank you to Greet who came by on YouTube. Thank you to Popcorn Pope. Thank you to Coffee Gamer, to Fernando, and to Shardlight and to Lynn for all coming by on YouTube. Thank you to Lynn on Trovo and Facebook. And thank you on Twitch to Sandwich and Matthew Moo. Oh, did I not have the chat up today? Oh, I didn't have the chat up. No. Oh, that's okay. Well, you can sort of see it here, but yeah, I should have had it. Thank you to Cool Geek on YouTube, and Todd, and X1 on Twitch. Thank you to everyone involved in making the stream possible. Thank you to Supercell for the camera. Thank you to the devs of this game, Second Leap, for the game. Thank you to 24times.com for the time to load. Thank you to 360 Million for the reflection of the screen. Thank you to OBS for the free streaming software. Thank you to Restream.io for allowing me to stream to all the different platforms. Thank you to Trovo, Twitter, Mob Crush, now defunct, Rumble, Facebook, DLive, Freak TV, YouTube, Twitch, and Novo TV for allowing me to stream on your platforms. Thank you to the members of my channel for being members. Appreciate it. Financially supporting me. Thank you for that. And I will just get the names up now. I don't do that many streams or content, but I do it, but you need to accept. You know what day I'll accept them? On the 9th of July. Probably then I'll forget and just get off the program by accident. Not that, yeah, not that it's worked out since I've come back, but yeah. Thank you to Light Studio, thank you to Shardlight, thank you to Eligus, thank you to Lynn, Phasecast, and Josh Winder for being members of my channel. Insane 30 months. That's crazy, that's crazy. It's great, that was a long, long time ago. 21 months. I haven't done that much content. Wow, all of them 21 months ago. Wow. Wow. And then gap. And then there. Oh, even 2 months in that. Awesome. Yeah, so thank you to all of you guys for being members of the channel. Yeah, I wish things were different. Wish the YouTube thing had worked out. Even if I then stopped in that and still just got a steady income like prior to the ban and that, you know, and just had a look. And the content's still up, but yeah, it's a shame. Oh, this one's actually getting some traction again. But yeah, 2018, 2017, 2020, 2019, 2018, 2018, I did a lot of good content, man. That 2018 was my peak in terms of content now. Like 2017 I was sort of like, I was doing some cool videos, but I was sort of just getting, man, and I was like so, yeah, all the videos I did. I was sort of so getting like into it. I didn't really know what I was sort of, then 2018 I then was editing videos and stuff. Oh yeah, Ricky was streaming earlier. I was like, hopefully, yeah, hopefully that's okay. I started streaming 5 years ago. Oh, that's so sad. I just hear they're like, oh, it's just so enthusiastic with then, but it's just a shame that things, yeah, now we're no longer even 3.3. We're still dropping subscribers. It's such a shame how things worked out. I mean, the ban really killed it, but also that hate that Rush was didn't take off.
This is SuperSight and welcome back to another video of Heyday. Now this video, as you see,
Oh man, that was old me.
have to buy it full price in the market. I'll buy it off them instead, just to. You know, I didn't change that name. It just changed back. Maybe after
the layouts.
update, or I don't know why. One day I just came and checked it out, and
Man, yeah, it's just a sort of a real shame. Anyway, that is life. Not everything works out how you hoped it would. Not everything works out. Oh, we did a couple of streams. Oh yeah, there we go. January. Wow, that was a while ago. I don't know. I always feel so busy in life. Like there's always stuff on. Oh wait, there's the channels. Header guides. I see. No, that's not the one I'm putting because there was an old one that was called kind of like that.
Hello everyone and welcome.
No, it's kind of. Oh no, but they're pretty inactive now. They've stopped. Wow. Then there's like the Heyday tips and tricks, like a real old channel. I don't even know if they'll show up anymore. Oh, you know, I remember that video. Yeah, that did really well. It was a good thumbnail. Very good thumbnail. Is that Retino guy? Hey, Lara. Nudie. Yeah, he shows up so much now. I had every day. Yeah, hey, Lara. She did that video, that thumbnail was just so good. Maybe it's called Heyday Guides when the new guy's called that. He had some of like the old videos that were real popular. This one? Yeah, this one. Why? Yeah, so he has. Does that mean they have picked a tag if they do that? 8 years ago. See, this guy's pre Ricky in that. And multiple videos on it and that. No, oh my goodness, how's Heyday like a decade old? And still so similar. Still so similar in many ways.
Hey everyone, Heyday Guides here, and today I'll be bringing you what's going to be kind of a two-part guide.
He even had a voice! Wow! Man, you know, I thought it was just a thing. 2013, that's just insane. That's when I should have started. I would have been so young then. I intend to watch that video. But yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, like people like him came and go, and then that other guy had a guides came and go. Silas came and go. I went and go, and then others as well. Yeah, man, it's crazy. I like it when content is old. Like when I search up content, I like appreciate it when it's old. People would be like, "Oh, I want the most up to date." And in a sense, that's good in some ways in that. But in another sense, like so much of what's like present day stuff has just been corrupted. So with old stuff is far more free of the absolute nonsense and rubbish of today. So I do, yeah, so I like it, like, sort of, ideally, yeah, well, pre-2010 stuff is real, yeah, I really like that stuff. That's really good. It's just different, and it just hasn't got that same, the present day influence. And the problem, because we always focus so much on what's happening in the present, it's because it's hard to then, like, look at something in present, because I think just thinking, I should go watch back the 2016 debates, between Trump and Hillary, and see what was said and what was true, what was false, what turned out to be so, what didn't turn out to be so, and that. I mean, we'd have less guide on, well, because Hillary didn't become president, so then on what she would have done. That we can see, like, well, what did Trump say he was going to do? Did he do it? You know, from what he said in that debate versus what he did. There's 3 debates. And same, you know, with Hillary, what certain things she said about certain things, and so some things have come out as this or that, and you know, yeah, and so it's real interesting to then, yeah, like watch, because when it's covered, it's just so politicized, so just, it's just awful in that when things are sort of covered in that, because it's so like, this is the, but then if it's like, okay, well, why don't we like look back when it's like, there's no one just saying, no, that's a lie, oh, that's true, it's like, okay, let's see, let's have a look, and that without all the pressure of the present. But we're always so focused on the present, and then it's sort of like, and then that keeps affecting our view of the past and the present in that. So it's, yeah. In terms of just thinking through things and, okay, what's actually happening here now? Let's take a step back and what are they really saying? And is their record actually turning out to be true or not? And, you know, like, yeah, just thinking through stuff. Oh, it's crazy, all the hater YouTubers that have come and gone. It's sad. I don't know, there's just so many sad things in life and that. And this is just extremely minor compared to all the other sad things in life. But yeah, it's still sad nevertheless, of like what could have been. Like, this guy could have been a big YouTuber, and so could have Silas, so could have I. And it's sort of, yeah, it's just the hater community sort of never, the YouTube community is just, it's not stable in that. I mean, the current 5, they've actually had a very long run now. But, you know, who knows? I still reckon that, like, at least one of those 5 will stop within 2 years. Possibly within 1 year. I mean, I haven't got any inside information in that, but, yeah, I just feel like, yeah, people will, they'll get sick of it, or health problems, or various reasons. So, yeah, anyway, yeah, I'm glad I did the stream today. I always am, though. I always am. It's just like, well, things like most things in life, like, I do them and then I'm glad I did them, but it's like, it's just a matter of putting the time to do them. Glad I caught the end to watch back later. Well, thank you for coming by, Lynn. I'm glad I covered 4 hours, just like the video that hasn't uploaded properly. We're doing well as a team. I'm excited, but at the same time, I think the Rootland's going to die. I'm just like preemptive pessimistic, but it's not like I'm just saying that so because I actually secretly think it's gonna. Well, the thing is, I obviously do have a shred of hope that it is gonna come, but I'm not just like, well, it's gonna die, it's gonna die, it's gonna die. So then I won't feel as bad. Like, I genuinely just think if it's like held to Supersite standards, it won't survive. But anyway, that'll wrap it up. Thank you for being part of the stream. Good to see you all. Have a wonderful, beautiful rest of your day. Good night and God bless.